Welcome in, one and all. Folks, Storm Chasers, it's a magical day. It's a magical day, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all having one too. Oh god. Oh my god, right off the bat, Paradox Mark 1, thank you so much for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Those of you who are here on a regular basis might notice, we've had a few lighting changes. I'm trying something. I'm trying something new. Merlin, you know what? I got water. I got water right here, and that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna drink a little water. Thank you for the reminder. Because honestly, I needed to just kind of down that. Man, I just got in a little bit ago. I've been kind of framming and jamming and rushing to get everything together. Fencerco, how's it going? Welcome in. Roland has come to a decision about the Candy Wars. Hamburg, thank you. Oh, thank you for that. We're gonna get to it. Xander Shade, there's a flow, there's a system. Coffee first, beer after. First we have our stimulants, then we have our depressants. Yeah, no, it was just a glass of vodka, obviously, Hamburg. What's your decision, Roland? I'm curious. There is a season for To everything, turn. Yeah, I gotcha, Roland. To not bring up the Candy Wars, there we go. I think a man like you would be reduced to drinking fucking rain? I mean, I guess ultimately all water is kind of rain. I was about to say something about the fact that I have a well, but I guess technically that comes from the rain. What are you having? Mafik? What are you having for breakfast? Those Russian standard vodka. It was only the finest vodka that the bottom shelf of the liquor store could provide. Xander Shade, it depends. It depends on what you're going to vent about. And I don't mean to be a venting gatekeeper, but as I would say, as long as it's nothing too broadly traumatic or insanely dramatic. If you can sum it up in a few sentences, I would say go ahead and lay it on us. Use your best judgment. Do you like the lights? Do you like the lights behind me? This is new. It's an At World's End quote. Oh, I think I saw that once. I saw At World's... That was... Hang on. Was At World's End the third of the Winchester trilogy? Was that one? Because I think I saw that movie like one time. Whereas, on the other hand, I've seen Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz many times. Cornetto trilogy, that's right. They involve cornettos in all of them for some reason. Thank you, Riot Sister. I can never remember because they're not really a trilogy of movies. They're not even really thematically linked as far as I can tell. They do have cornettos in all three of them, though. Oh, hey, what's up, Felipe Sam? How you doing? Think I broke ground on Cyberpunk Camelot? Well, I'm excited to hear that. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm catching up with chat here. We are moving quick today. Firstly, my newish car got hit, hopefully not totaled. That fucking sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Xander Shade. Who likes that? Yeah, this isn't going to be the permanent lighting setup behind me. I got these lights in, like, as I got out of my car and went into the house, they were sitting there. So I grabbed them, I popped open the box, I set it real quick, I pointed at the wall, I turned the RGB to magenta, and I was just like, fuck it, go. These are my new lights that I'm going to be using for photography in the game room, because I have desperately needed good lights for taking photos of the whole table, and now I have them. These things are gonna improve my photography by a shocking amount. Speaking of more light, when we go to the next scene, you might notice that I have a lot more light on my table, and the overall video quality has increased. At least I hope it has, you tell me. Good to see you, WJ. Hot Fuzz is the best of those. Hot Fuzz is absolutely the best of those, in my opinion. Like, I love Shaun of the Dead. This is the thing. Shaun of the Dead is a great movie. An unreasonably good movie. Hot Fuzz is similarly an unreasonably good movie. At World's End, it wasn't bad. I don't really remember much about it. It didn't grab me. Yeah, weird but decent. It did not grab me like the first two did. Super Troopers is on Prime. Oh, it's a magical day. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who joined me last night for movie night, am I right? It's a magical day. Shit. We watched Fateful Findings by Neil Breen on Discord last night. And it was so special. It was so special. It was a bonding experience for all of us who were there, and I'm so glad for those of you who joined me for that. We're gonna do more. We're gonna do more Breen. We're gonna watch. It is a magical day. My paper has been submitted already. Did you use the power of the little black stone? Did you remember to put treasure in the box so that you wouldn't have bad luck, according to the legend, Data Nerd? We're gonna be watching, though, probably not immediately, but I'll schedule at some point in the near future. We'll do a watch night for Neil Breen's Pass-Through, which will be the next movie in sequence. Should watch the Death Wish movies. Okay, Dino Man, we are not quite on the level of watching canon movies for movie night. I'm not saying we won't. I'm not saying we won't eventually get around to watching canon movies. I'm sure we will. We'll watch some Charles Bronson. We'll watch some we'll watch some Chuck Norris. We'll watch all the classics. Is that true, WJ? Was Death Wish not a canon movie? Who produced it? I know all the subsequent Death Wish movies were all canon films. Don't lie, Kursala. Don't lie, Kursala. You feel closer to us than ever now, having gone through the experience of a Neil Breen movie. It was something. It was really something. I didn't end up recording my reactions. It was my first time watching it, and I had my camera on. I didn't end up recording my reactions, but maybe we'll do that for the other ones. And if when the day comes that Neil Breen releases his sequel to Twisted Pair, I'll be sure to record my reactions for that one. I'm sorry, Dwegcom. Yeah, if you go into the Welcome channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord, look for the reaction rolls and choose the role Film Night, and you will get notifications for future film nights. Doing some advances and getting better, posting some faces on miniature painting discussion on Discord. Fantastic. I look forward to seeing them. Feel free to post them in the Storm Report, too. In case there's anybody, oh my god, we have a lot of people in chat right now. If there's anybody in chat right now who is unaware of the existence of the Storm Report, it's an art share segment that we do at the end of every stream. I would genuinely love to see what you're working on. Oh, excuse me. I do this because, and I'm just gonna repeat myself again, we are our own worst critics. And I don't just mean that in the sense that we're the harshest on our own work. I mean that in the sense that we are uniquely unqualified to judge our own work objectively, because we did it, and we know every little brushstroke, and we know every little mistake. We know what we wanted it to be in our head, and we know what it looks like through our eyes, and we know that they're not the same thing, and we often can't reconcile those two things. And very, very often what you need is someone other than you to take a look at your work and point out the things that you did well. There might be things you've done that you don't even realize you did well. You might be working on something you could call your style and not know it yet. So I think sharing your work is important, but sharing your work out there in the internet is I mean, it's easy to put it out there. It's very hard to get responses. It's very hard to get reactions. You can post things to Reddit or Instagram and just not get any responses whatsoever, and that's not really helpful at the end of the day. So if you've got something you're proud of, if you've got something that you just want some feedback on, if you're not sure what step to take next, anything like that, please feel free to share it with us in the Storm Report. I will take a look at it at the end of the stream right here on the stream. And if you're looking for advice, I'm happy to give what I can. I'm not going to promise, like, you're going to get amazing advice. It's going to change your life. I'm just going to give you my thoughts. And hopefully we can get you moving in the right direction. Or, like I said, maybe you're just proud of something. Maybe you're just like, this last mini I did, it's the shit. And I think people should see it. You know what? I agree. Let's take a look. It's so easy. It's so easy to participate in, you guys. All you have to do is jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which is available via a little button down there. I think it's over there at this point on the stream. Or hit ! Discord in chat to get a link. Join up. Hop into the channel marked the Storm Report. Make sure you check out the rules real quick before you post. And then post an image, and we'll go ahead and take a look at it at the end of the stream. It closes when we start the Storm Report at about 8:30. And it will open immediately
everyone
after that.
To Thunderhead Studios,
This is
where
important.
the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Please don't show them to me. Please don't. For the love of God. Got to figure out a good paint scheme for my Marcher Worlds army. Ion Raptor, I'm excited. I am excited to hear that you're playing Warcaster, dude. It's a great fucking game. Remind me, hit me up on Discord. I'll fire you over my files. I don't want you to feel like you're obligated to use the bases that I did for the Marcher Worlds, but if you want them, I'll give you free access to the files. I have no issue with that. Oh, by the way, guys, the new hills are up on Steel Warrior Studios as of today. The new Battletech Hex hills are available. You can hit ! Steel Warrior to get a link over there and check out what Alex has got up. Felipe Sam, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream again, my friend. So I'm going to finish my coffee and we're going to get going here. I picked up on the advice... Oh, shit. Whose advice was it? It's probably someone who's in chat, and they're going to be like, damn it, why don't you remember? I'm so sorry. I don't remember who posted it. The link to this auto-lock... I don't want to say compressorless, because it has a compressor, but it's a portable compressor airbrush. It's interesting. I think it only hits about 27 PSI, but I don't think you really need much more than that. It was Automat Americana. You are absolutely correct, and thank you so much. Hoseless airbrush. That's a better way of putting it. It is hoseless. It's entirely portable. It's battery powered. It's interesting. I haven't used it yet. We're going to pull it out of the box. We're going to assemble it. We're going to put some primer in it, and we're going to try just probably priming a couple of these Conquest objectives that I have. I'll do a little Zenithal. I'll see how it does with Stynylrez, my favorite primer. If it can handle Stynylrez, it can handle any paint that I want to put through it. So we'll test out the basic function of it today. We're not going to go too deep with it, and I'm sure I'll give more thoughts on this the more that I use it. So a Bursch? Yes, pun expected. It's a lovely Bursch. Very good. Very good, pun expected. Oh my god, are we getting shoutouts? Are we getting shoutouts today? I know that we had one for Riot Sister, which is a streamer you should definitely be checking out. One of our fantastic mods and a wonderful person. If you haven't checked out Pun Expected Painting yet, and you're here at all interested in the oil painting aspect of what I do, go check that guy out, because honestly, he does it a lot better than I do. Really, though, he's got a pretty great stream over there. It could get... Oh, no! Oh. Some of you might have been wondering if I can breathe coffee yet, based on the amount that I consume. Empirical evidence says no. We tried. We failed. Sweet God. Oh. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. I wouldn't, like, I would not have tried this thing if I hadn't heard as many good things about it as I have, but we're gonna try it out anyway today, and we're gonna see if it's like $70 for the whole thing. I think you could connect this to a hose and just connect it to a compressor. Like, the airbrush itself is just an airbrush. The mechanism on it is very, very simple. You'd have to find out what fittings it has on it, like what thread and stuff like that. I'm sure all this information is available. I think it would work. I don't really know. I don't know why I would do that, since the whole reason I bought it is that it'll run the portable battery-powered compressor. Oh, Data Nerd, I just drank all my water. I'll go get some more in just a couple minutes. Try and fail is better than try and die. Desert Owl words to live by. Ninjon used one with a hose, and he liked it that way since it lessened the weight on the airbrush. Well, at that point, Sir Neum, you're just using a regular old airbrush with a compressor. It seems nice just because having the hose and everything it's a whole bunch of extra stuff. And if you wanted to take this with you, like to the hobby store to do some painting, or just fire it up really quick to do a little bit of priming, something like that, like, you know, I'm not going to tell you what situations you might find this useful in. I'm just going to say that it's fairly cheap, and it might be good for quick work, or if you want to do something that's not necessarily at your paint desk. The hubris of man, oh god. The death of Thunderhead. Followed shortly by the resurrection, of course. Like Superman, not like Jesus. I'm not making messianic claims here. Oh, I guess Superman was kind of messianic too. Oh shit, I kind of talked myself into a corner there. Like some other famous historical figure that died and then was resurrected. There's plenty. There's plenty, I'm sure. How well do Hextech buildings, etc. do when scaled up, scaled down? Have I tried? I have. They scale up just fine. They scale down to a point okay. As you scale them up, you're going to find that they're a little bit sparse on detail at higher scales. But not terribly so. They're kind of precisely balanced for 6mm. I think you could go as high as 10 to 12 without them looking strange. Yeah, like Batman, or like Jason Todd. There we go. I'm just like Jason Todd, I'll accept that. Officer Alex J. Murphy, thank you, Techno Sugar Creations. Harry Dresden, these are all good options. All wonderful choices. Kenny. Over and over and over and over until it stopped being funny? Yeah, sure. In fact, maybe that's the best possible analogy. Maybe that's the best possible comparison, just because it became, like, really, really cloying and stopped being funny at a certain point. Like some people we know. Alright. No, I'm much more of a Professor Chaos character. Alright, let's do some stuff. I'm gonna start by putting this together, and I'm not gonna do like a full crazy putting it through its paces, doing a bunch of colors or anything like that. But, and do tell me, those of you who are in the stream regularly, if our video quality is a little bit clearer
but your
tonight.
Camera is not.
Not the focus. I'm not talking about the focus. I'm just talking about the overall clarity of the image. It should be less grainy. I added quite a bit of light to my painting area, and I have made significant adjustments to the camera, so I'm hoping that it shows. I'm hoping things are a little bit smoother, but I'm going to throw down some primer on these. These are objective markers from Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings. They're specifically, I believe, spires. For the spire elves, the biomantic alien elves. So they're like the horrible creatures that are partially embedded in the ground. I think they're supposed to be from like biomantic spawning pits or something. Either way, they're gross. And I'm just going to try putting down a little bit of primer on these guys, and then doing a quick zenithal. I don't think we'll futz around with any colors. I just want to put it through its basic paces today. And if it does well, I'm sure that we will do more work with it over the coming weeks. And if you have any questions about it, please do let me know. Still liking that round magnet mount? God, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I dug into... See, this is what I do with everything. I put these washers in the base of literally everything, so I'm able to use my magnet paint handle and just attach things like so. It's so nice. It's so nice. And yeah, this is going great. This one is, I wasn't sure how I'd like it, but I actually really kind of like this little rotating mount. It works very decently. I still need to redo the OSL on Vader here. Cerberus Cull, good to see you. How you doing today, man? And as far as Warcaster goes, Ion Raptor, I'm going to be finding some time here in the near future to paint up this hero from the last Kickstarter. This is... oh hell, what's his name? Harlan Sec the Curator. That's this character's name. This is a fucking cool model. I really like this sculpt from Privateer Press. It's mostly resin, too, which is nice. I think only his arms are metal, which is a big relief for me, honestly. Metal models and me just don't get along. Oh, thank you very much, Data Nerd. Yeah, those are our, those are our sci-fi industrial round-lipped bases. This is another one in that same style. These are also available from Steel Warrior Studios as STLs or physicals. There's a bunch of different styles. I've got all of my Eternus Continuum on these guys. And I still need to actually do up some of my Iron Star Alliance, because I've done a bunch of bases for them, and then I got stalled on painting Warcaster, but these are the sci-fi authoritarian round-lipped bases. These are meant to go with the Iron Star Alliance. I'm pretty happy with how these came out. I think these bases look pretty decent. This right here is why I like to paint bases separately, and then attach models to them, so I can get in there and do some detailing on them, you know? These, by the way, Ion Raptor, these are the ones that I did for the Marcher Worlds. These are just two of the larger style, but you can see it's like a rocky texture on the ground, and then there's like some cabling hanging and some random little sci-fi-ish bits and lights and what have you. Yeah, a lot of it is metal. Now, I will say, you picked Marcher Worlds. The metal models for the Marcher Worlds are, in my opinion, among the most sturdy of the metal models from Warcaster currently. This is their heavy warjack for the Marchers. It is a big, honkin', nasty piece of metal. It's such a big fucking model. It's ridiculous, but I love how chunky it is, and these are all the magnetic resin weapons that I designed and printed for this guy, which Ion Raptor, of course, these are freely available as well. This extra metal really doesn't help overall when you're assembling the thing. It's nice to have these in something lighter and easier to swap, since you can choose different loadouts for your warjacks from game to game. They're nice models. Again, these ones, I've built the warjacks from all the factions except for the Empyreans at this point. These are, in my opinion, the nicest. I think it's called the Strike Raptor? I want to say that's the Strike Raptor, and the other one is the Dusk Wolf. This one. This is their light warjack. I think this one's called the Dusk Wolf. You got a little chainsaw going on there. And I don't know what the fuck this thing is. Something stabby. Who knows. I like the chainsaw, though. That's a cool weapon. Oh god. There we go. It's a good game. I really, really like the rules in particular. I think it's quite a lot of fun. Alright, let me move some stuff out of my way here. Put down something so I don't airbrush all over the place. We're just going to do a little bit of real simple work just to see how this airbrush handles Stynel Res Primer, because priming is one of the main things I recommend people get an airbrush for. And if you can drop $70 and get one of these and it's good enough to pump out Stynel Res, like, I would just call it a good investment if you're not into airbrushing at all. If the only thing you do with it is prime, then that, to me, is worth the $70 without having to invest in the rest of an airbrush rig. So let's go ahead and pull it out and assemble it. We have the brush here. I like this about the brush, this little auto-lock brush. It has removable reservoirs, which is actually pretty good for cleaning. And underneath it comes with, I think, a few other things. Yeah, we got a charger cable, we have a little cleaning and assembly kit, and this little plastic higher capacity cup, which is nice. I have not tried their primers, Dwecom. I have only used their... I haven't even used, like, their transparent paints or anything like that. I've only used their standard acrylics. Screws in nice and easy. Got a cap there. I think he uses a 0.3mm needle, which honestly is all I use anyway. I mean, it's a simple mechanism. It might not work with other compressors just because usually the depression, the trigger to depress this is on the inside of the airbrush itself. Usually air hoses connect to airbrushes and they provide a steady flow of air, and then the airbrush has an internal nozzle that the trigger activates, and that allows the air to then flow into the airbrush and out of the primary nozzle. This moves that mechanism down because the compressor itself activates when you depress this little dealie on top of there. So this nozzle is integrated right into the compressor. Based on that, I'm not sure that you can use this airbrush with other compressors, just as I'm not sure you could use this compressor with any other airbrush. I think they go together. Yeah, oh my god, take it easy, Merlin models. That kicked my ass when I had it. Yeah, I didn't think so, Automat. Like, the more I looked at it, the more I'm like, I'm pretty sure these just go together and that's how it is. But honestly, I'm fine with that. You got a little dealie here on the bottom, gives you a battery readout, which is 4 simple lights. There's a plug-in charger port for a USB Type-C. This little button just switches it between 2 compressor modes. It has a lesser and a greater amount of PSI. The upper PSI seems to be around 20, 27, 28 PSI total, which should be enough. Downton Abbey with mechs? That sounds amazing. I mean, that's really just like, there'd be very few mechs actually involved in that particular story, I feel like. Every now and then, and it would be terrible. Alright. Oh, I'm gonna get my Steinel res here. Actually run it on the lower setting. I'm gonna start off with the higher setting, just because the primer is a little thicker than your average paint. Not gonna overdo it, just put about that much in the cup. Let's see how it does. Alright, I shouldn't need to do anything else. I'm pretty much out of the box, and here we go. Paradox, this is Auto Lock, is the brand. You can find this on Amazon, and I should have... I should have put up a link for this. Generally not Fade Rat. I'll usually use my primer just as is. Well, it's putting out primer. Let's see how it does. Now this is a simple, short job. I'm not going to put too much stress on this thing. I'll be curious to do a longer painting session with it and see how well it holds up to sustained use. But this is the first time we've even cracked it open today, so we're taking it easy. It doesn't seem to have any problem putting out the full thickness Steinel res. It's really not slowing it down at all. It's very quiet. You barely know that this thing was on. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to switch it out to a white, and we'll do a quick zenithal here, which I think I put, like, way too much damn primer in the cup, because I didn't really use all that much. Yeah, good amount. That's okay, though. dump my remainder and put it back in with my other primer. Not a whole lot, but I don't like to waste. And flush this out a little bit. Oh, go ahead and make a mess while I'm at it. It's a little awkward to use with my airbrush cleaning cup, but not terrible. Put a cup of cleaner through here. Yeah, I would imagine if you don't have the space to devote to a full-size compressor and the noise of a compressor is going to bother you, I think this is a great choice. Again, I haven't exactly stress tested it yet, but I just put some unthinned primer in it and it ran just fine. I can't speak to how long the battery is going to last, but I'll tell you what I think this is probably better than, for most people, is using rattle can primer at all. If you've got limited space to work with, or yeah, like roommates, something like that, this would be perfect. Never used mine for a long-term project, so I'll be curious to see how it goes. Just used mine for camo patterns so far. I could see that being perfect. Yeah. You want quiet, a CO2 setup is the way to go. That has pluses and minuses, Valfera. That definitely has pluses and minuses. Now, I have not used a CO2 can system, but it's my understanding that it's more difficult to regulate pressure when you're doing it that way. Not that this is, this has set pressures. So you're not exactly regulating it, but still. The reason that you want a little portable hoseless compressor, that is entirely your reason. The only question I seek to answer here is, does it suck, or is it usable? And so far, it seems usable. That's the other thing, is you never have to buy CO2 canisters if you're running this thing. I'm curious how long it's going to last, honestly. Well, I'm going to try putting some of my Dr. P.H. Martin's Spectralite White through this thing. I shouldn't have any problem with that. This stuff is good and thin. I think it would be perfect for that, Wolf Bean. Because, yeah, a compressor in particular, if you've got it on the floor, is going to make a lot of noise. How unbalanced is it? Not bad. I'm used to holding my airbrush like this, like a pen. I think with this guy, you're going to want to go ahead and give it a grip with your lower fingers, kind of like this. I think you could also get away with holding almost like this and just using your thumb on the trigger. This might be the ideal way to do it, because it's very light like this. We don't do puns here. Hope my white ink hasn't gone bad. I haven't used it in a while. No, it seems perfectly good. Okay. It was just the cap was a little stuck. Reviewers I've watched said roughly an hour or two of runtime will last a lot longer if you're using it intermittently. That makes sense. And I can't imagine, it has a USB Type-C for the charge. I can't imagine it takes that long to charge. I got a USB port. Yeah, I've got a USB port over there. I'll go ahead and plug it in here in a minute. Well, ultimately, there are many, many answers for what kind of airbrush is going to be right for you. Like I said, what's right for you is entirely up to you to determine. I'm just here to answer the question of, is this a good option or is it a waste of money? I'll put some of my Dr. P.H. Martin's Spectralite liquid acrylics in there. Yeah, that was my other thought, Xander Shade, is you could probably just plug this in and run it like that. I don't know how long the cable is, but I would think any USB Type-C cable plugged in would charge it up. And yeah, $70, at $70, I figured the price was right to be wrong. If this didn't work, I wouldn't feel like a total asshole having only spent $70 on it. Ooh, that goes through it real nice. That goes through it real nice. And this is really the advantage to having an airbrush, is being able to put on these incredibly thin layers of paint. I was a little concerned it might not be able to... It might, like... Because I can't adjust the pressure, it might spatter when I put in something thinner, but... Not really. Surely there are adapters. I don't know of any adapters, and don't call me Shirley. I'll tell you, if there aren't adapters, I'm sure if these guys do well with this product, there will be soon enough. It can't be that hard to adapt this, I wouldn't think. Well, that was a nice, simple little quick zenithal prime job on this objective marker here. Didn't take but a minute. Let's do the next one. This is still on high pressure. I haven't even dropped it down. Let me, in fact, yeah, that's a good... Oh no, that was on low pressure. I did change it. Whoops. I just have to listen to it to tell if it's at high or low pressure, because it doesn't have a readout on it. So this is at low pressure doing a really, really thin ink. Not really an ink. I mean, it's an acrylic, but it's a very, very thin acrylic. I buy one of them newfangled tiny compressors? Yeah, Wombat Combat. This is one of these little portable hoseless compressors. And honestly, I like it. I'm not wrestling with the hose. I'm not worried about my compressor. I plugged it in and I'm pushing a button and it's going. And you know, there's something to be said for simplicity. There's something to be said for the accessibility of an airbrush like this, where a newbie could just pick this up, put it together, put some paint in, and start pushing the button and going. We'll try some more with this in the near future. I'm going to be doing some videos, some streams in the near future, where we use some Rainy River Design acrylics and overlays, and I'll be curious to see if we can do like a simple value sketch on a miniature, and then come in and use this airbrush with maybe some Rainy River Designs overlays to apply a nice filter and skip a lot of the pain in the ass of base coating. Just have so much terrain to base coat. Ooh. Looking at one mainly for primer. Yeah, Gimish Car, that's the first thing I wanted to test. And because primer tends to be thicker than most paints, I was wondering if its high setting would be able to handle it. This seems to handle Stynel Res primer just fine. I like this. Yeah, Ion Raptor. I really like the Dr. P.H. Martin's Spectralite acrylics through an airbrush. They work really well. They're very, very thin, so they go down easy. Alright, let me give this guy a quick clean. Colonel Matthew Steiner, how you doing, man? It's been a little bit. Welcome in, my friend. It is a little awkward to use my nice airbrush cleaner cup with, but it wasn't designed with a hoseless compressor in mind, so it works. Well, Gimish Car, at no point did I say that you should try this at home. And you're right, I'm not wearing a mask while I airbrush. I skipped it because I told myself I was just going to do a teeny little bit of it. If I were doing more, I would wear a mask, but you're absolutely correct that it's irresponsible of me and foolish of me to not be wearing a mask while I do this. It's one of the reasons that I dump my cleaning solution into this container, though, is so that it doesn't get into my breathing oxygen. Oh, shut up, Brigada Run. For like a minute. For like a minute. God, you people. You people with your sensible safety precautions. I have a new minis game to share with the world. I'm curious, Colonel Matthew Steiner. I like this feature. The fact that, I mean, a lot of airbrushes have reservoirs that come off, but this is so nice for cleaning. It's got, I have to say, I like it's got a little rubber gasket in the bottom here, too, so I feel like I don't even have to use, like, Teflon tape. Seems to clean pretty easily. I haven't really taken this one apart yet. Seems to come apart pretty easily. Fairly standard. I'll do a full disassembly on it later. We determined he could breathe coffee. Now we're testing paints. Safety? What's that? Right, Hanatic Mom? I'm with you. So after a very, very limited and narrow window of testing, so far this thing seems to work really, really well. Unless it completely craps out on me. It's a little warm. Has a little bit of warmth to it. Barely perceptible after running it for that much. I would say check it periodically and make sure that it's not, like, overheating, but you should do that with any compressor anyway. This is a neat little tool. I think for $70, this is probably worth it. If all you're looking to do is, like, you know, because you want to do one little task real quick, you want to do a quick glaze of color, you just want to do some priming, you want to go down to your friendly local game shop and do some airbrushing, you don't want to bring your compressor with you, you've got downstairs neighbors, you've got roommates, you don't want to make a lot of noise. There's any number of reasons you could want something like this, and only you can determine what that is. But I can confirm that it functions. It has this nice little trigger limiter, too. I think this is a good feature. So you can set it so that the trigger will only go back to a certain distance. So once you determine what that distance is, you just lock it, and then you don't have to worry about how far you're pulling back. Really nanotanks, that's very interesting. What's a little paint between alveoli? How you doing, Wombat Combat? It's good to see you, man. Let's get this guy taken apart. That should be just as easy. Yeah, your garage is freezing, you don't want to go out there. Got some more Vallejo acrylics, slowly building up a collection of paints that don't have issues thinning, mixing, or have a stupid pot and are way too expensive. Gee, I wonder what major brand you could possibly be talking about there. I'll do a full disassembly on this guy later. So initial opinions are positive. Again, you're the only one who can determine if you need something like this, but it seems to function. That's the important part. It doesn't seem like a piece of shit. And it can pump out even unthinned primer. I haven't used lacquer-based paints. I'm curious about it, I confess. Put a flexible build plate on the Saturn, waiting for the adhesive to cure for a few days. Intriguing. Damn it, why did I do this? The box seats really well inside of itself, and now I'll never get it to come back out. Oh, that's just pulling the insert out. Well, I'm gonna have to do that later. Go back there for now, because I don't need to use you again. But yeah, quick prime job, quick zenithal. No big deal, no fuss, no muss, no spattering issues. Really, really terrible depth of field, so you can't see what I'm showing you, but yeah. I was able to do that without having to really engage in much fuckery at all. Alright. That's enough. That's enough airbrushing for the moment. Let's do some oil painting, what do you say? Finally got all of these printed out and magnetized. The Fields of the Fallen Conquest bases. These are the cavalry-sized ones here. These all came out nice. And then all the infantry ones done and tested. I'm gonna have to actually throw some paint down on these in the near future so I can show off the detailing on them. I'm really, really happy with all the dimensions and the functionality of the mechanical parts. Walter's Workshop, uh-oh. Oh god, there goes the whole stream. Walter's Workshop, how you doing today, man? Thank you for getting that shout out done. Folks, if you're not following Walter's Workshop, I gotta say, you know, there are lots of little subgroups among the miniature painters here on Twitch. Whichever subgroup it is that Walter's Workshop is the nucleus of, around which we all orbit, that's the one to be in. That's where all the fun shit's happening. That's where the cool kids are. And you want to be a cool kid, don't you? Why don't you let me peer pressure you into following Walter's Workshop? Why don't you just think about that for a second? Think about how much more I will approve of you if you follow Walter's Workshop. Is this a good sell? I don't think it is. Whatever. Just go follow him. These are the hero-sized bases, though. You said something about these, Walter. Walter's Workshop, I want to see you put some heroes on these bad boys. I'm really happy with how it came out. This is exactly the same base and same stand, just with a different piece plugged in here. There's a little hollow here, and this flag and this little helmet on a rock print separately, and then you can mount them and rotate it, and you can do two different stands and bases using the same set. That's the goal, anyway. Yes, Walter's Workshop. Has anyone seen the Ravage Star minis? I think everybody has seen the Ravage Star minis by now. That Kickstarter made like $500,000 already. It's kind of out of control. Ooh, I'll tell you something else I got. Dr. Rhino isn't here, but if he does wind up stopping in, I want to show him. He sent me this lovely little pair of Dr. Rhino D6s. Look at them. Aren't those nice? 730... I feel like they're gonna ruin something good for people. Like, maybe there's legally nothing that Games Workshop can do about the Ravage Star Kickstarter. Maybe that's true. But when those guys are getting close to $750,000 for something that is objectively and with no room for equivocation, Chaos Space Marine proxies. Like, I know, believe me, I know. Oh, it's a board game. It's a board game that you're supposed to play using these minis, and they're veil-touched. But also, my ass. Yeah, no, fuck you. It's like, you have to be a real idiot to believe that line. It's a bunch of Chaos Space Marine proxy models that come with a bunch of cardboard that is going to wind up in a landfill because no one's going to play that game. They're buying it so that they can have Chaos Space Marine proxies. Again, I don't know if there's anything Games Workshop can do about it, but I know that when it gets to $750,000, Games Workshop has some lawyers looking at how can we fuck these guys. That's really flagrant. On a individual level, I personally am not a fan of the minis. I think they're super over-designed and crazy busy. There's like a handful of minis in the whole set that I think those look pretty good. All the ones I've seen painted, I just keep thinking they look nuts. I wanted to do this. I want to commingle the Thunderhead Studio and the Dr. Rhino dice. It's symbolism. It's symbolism, folks. I'll do it again if Dr. Rhino shows up. He'll appreciate it. All right, let's set these aside. Let's paint some actual minis, what do you say? Not GW Plastic, so can't use it in tournament. I never consider that a real thing, though, Gimishkar. I would say 99.9% of all tabletop games occur in garages, so who gives a shit? Like, people really do that many official Games Workshop tournaments? Like, the proportion of players who are doing official Games Workshop events are very small compared to the number of players who are playing the game. I don't disagree, David Rogers. I am in no way a Games Workshop fanboy. In fact, quite the opposite. I hate a lot of what they do. But at the same time, with proxies like that, like I said, you hit a point where it's like, this is too much. This is too much. They're making models that are direct proxies for models that are in the active range that Games Workshop is selling, and they're not being subtle about it. They're going to push the legal question, and that's never a good thing. You don't generally want to push Games Workshop into a position where the legal question comes up, where they have a responsibility to put some money into answering how close is too close. Because the envelope has now been pushed and the line is going to be drawn, and it may wind up being closer than we want it. So, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe nothing will come of it. I'm just saying somebody at GW is going, oh, they're making $750,000. Let's see if we can put a stop to this, and it might hurt other people in the end. More than anything, I just, like, the really well-designed minis, as far as just, like, the sculpting that has gone into them, I think that the design is not to my liking whatsoever. I don't like the minis myself. More than anything, I look at them and I go, couldn't you very talented designers have put all this time and money into doing anything original at all? I'm not saying that Games Workshop is original, because they're not. Games Workshop has stolen basically everything about their IP from common science fiction tropes, other books, other... like, they've done that. That is objectively true. I just don't like it. I just don't like it. I don't know. I don't want to make like a whole thing of it. I'm not out here going, oh, those guys are bad guys and you should hate them. They're doing what they're doing. People are buying what they're buying. It's the free market at work. I just look at it and I go, yeah, I wish those sculptors had done something more original, but maybe that's just me. Alright, so we have a bunch of our militia to work on tonight. We're going to go ahead and get busy on these guys with some oil paints. Get my brushes out and ready to go. But, you know, it seems like a perfectly good Kickstarter. And I would say, I guess, get in on it while the getting's good, because I strongly suspect that $250,000 on a Kickstarter for proxy models is going to prompt Games Workshop into the shittiest sort of action they can possibly manage, and none of us will like where we come out. It is, they are a sleeping giant that isn't really sleeping at all, but rather actively looking to make as much money as it can. Okay. Oil palette. Do I need new paper? No, I have fresh paper. Excellent. Yeah, $750,000, pardon. They're gonna, from the look of it, they're gonna hit $1 million. And I'm just saying, you can only be so successful before the gloves come off. And if there's one thing we know about Games Workshop, it's that they protect their fucking IP these days. Where are some flat brushes? There we go. Nice flat synthetic. So I want to say pre-glazed. I pre-glazed these guys with burnt umber a while ago. At this point, they've probably been sitting like this for a month. I'm going to try just putting oil right on top of it and seeing how it goes. I should have waited, but I got a little ahead of myself, so... We're just gonna lay in with... You're gonna want some titanium white. There it is. Here's my yellow ochre. I think we can get started with just yellow ochre and titanium white for the moment. it's an interesting conversation to have, and I know that it probably interests a lot of people in this chat and a lot of people in the Discord, probably more than it interests me, because I am not personally all that invested in anything to do with Games Workshop. I don't really use a lot of their stuff, and I don't really care much about their games. But, you know, it is an interesting conversation as far as what constitutes IP theft and how far Games Workshop is willing to go. I have the same feeling that I have looking at, because, like, Gear Guts is another really, really talented sculptor. I put him in the same wheelhouse as sculptors like Darkfire Designs and, like, Skullforge. They're very successful monetarily, and I'm glad for them. I'm glad they're making money because they're very talented artists. Again, on an entirely personal level, casting no aspersions and in no way encouraging you to think differently about them. On an entirely personal level, I look at their work and I think to myself, an artist this talented should be doing something of their own. It's if they're happy doing it, that's great. I just look at their work and I think to myself, like, yeah, but why don't you make something new with all that talent? You're just browsing, you know, Pinterest for what's the most popular Star Wars character this week. Let's make a model of that. Like, But, you know, we all have different goals. And like I said, that's entirely for individual artists to determine. They may not give a shit at all. And frankly, why should they? Alright, I'm going to be using a flat brush for this step because I've come to quite like using flat brushes for this kind of oil dry brushing that I've been doing. I've been taking a look at other oil paints recently. I use the Winsor & Newton Winton oil color line, which is like a student oil paint line. Has a little bit of a weaker pigmentation, as I understand it, compared to like artist oil colors. And it has a very, very homogeneous consistency, which I actually like from any painting. Does the market have room for that much original content, though? See, I don't know. I'm not an expert, Trotsky. I'm not going to sit here and give you, like, market analysis of miniature painting trends because I'm neither smart nor knowledgeable enough to do that. I can only speak from a personal perspective, and from a personal perspective, GW proxies are fucking boring. I think it can. I think the more people play into the notion of all tabletop gaming must revolve around Warhammer 40k, the more it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. The Games Workshop is the great giant. It is the dragon that looms over all of tabletop gaming, and I will not be the man to slay it. Well, it's difficult. It's difficult to wait on. Certainly. But as I said, it's not, you know, it's not like a strong opinion that I hold. It's just a thought that I have. It's not like a complex thesis that I'm gonna write about how artists should spend their time. It's really just a passing thought that I have every time I see their work. I'm like, they're so talented. I wish they had made something I care about. But, you know, all that said, and that all being my personal opinion on things, they're wonderfully sculpted models, and if you like the aesthetic, they seem like they're going to be of high quality. And I would say get in on them now, because my biggest fear coming out of this is that Games Workshop is going to find a new, fresh, shitty way to crack down on third-party artists. It's a matter of, like, you know, as long as things can slide under the radar, Games Workshop isn't motivated to do anything about them. I think somebody as small as Gear Guts doesn't really earn their ire or their notice. I think that a $1 million Kickstarter of direct proxies for models that they actively sell is going to prompt action. Again, I don't know how successful that action will be. I don't know how comprehensive that action will be, but it is going to prompt something, and we should all be aware of that. Because it may change the texture of what third-party model making is able to do in the future. For reference, I'm basically just dry brushing on some yellow ochre oil paint here as my base that I'm going to blend some white into to get a natural undyed linen look out of this Gambison. Maybe Amish. Like I said, I can't really make predictions. I see it and I go, oh, here we go. Just love how Parabellum had the balls to go with unique scale, making it impossible to use their minis as proxies. Wolfbean, I agree with you. Honestly, like, everything about Conquest, the last argument of kings, screams confidence in product. Everything about how Conquest has been launched inspires me, because for the first time, like, if you make a game and your models are obviously meant to be like, well, you can use them in our game, or you can proxy them for this other popular game, you're demonstrating a lack of confidence in your product. You're saying, I'll understand if you don't want to play the game that this is for, and I will capitulate to my competitor. Is that smart? Maybe. I'm not speaking to that, but it doesn't inspire the most confidence in the game itself if that's how you're approaching it. I mean, you know, other side of that coin, something like Ravaged Star, where it's like, the game, not only do I not believe they have any confidence in the game Ravaged Star, I don't think it's a real game. It seems like a little bit of effort that they put into just to be legally in the clear, and other than that, like, nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives one solitary bit of a shit about the game. Not even the creators. Whereas Conquest, like, the creators clearly love the setting they've created. They have immense confidence in it. They put a lot of work into a product that wasn't guaranteed to sell. They do styrene sprues. They've gone with their own scale, their own world, their own lore. And I look at it and I go, I believe these guys are going to support their game, and I'm comfortable getting into it as a result. Have I played many games of Conquest yet? I have played about 5 games of Conquest. At around a 600 to 800 point level. I have not played First Blood, which is their skirmish level version of the game, though I do find it interesting. Any plans for a futuristic combat bases designs, like my Fields of the Fallen? Silent Meister, do you mean specifically in a rank and flank sense? Like stands and, like, trays and bases that fit into the trays? I would say broadly no, just because I don't know of any sci-fi systems that use a rank and flank setup. If there is such a game, I'd be interested in knowing about it, because I can't think of any offhand. I do have some sci-fi bases that I have made, but they are not designed for the rank and flank tray system. Think they're redoing First Blood completely? Well, that's the other thing, Achilles Reign, is they have done enough revisions very, very quickly that I get the feeling they give a shit about their game and how well balanced it is. Because the game came out, and people played it a bit, and they came out with a rule 1.5 version of the rule system very quickly, which tells me they're paying attention. They're paying attention, they're making changes, and I like that. They also switched. Their unit cards used to have the unit stats on them. Now they have a QR code. Admittedly, I wish the QR code were better implemented, but if you're in their army builder, you scan the QR code and it gives you the unit stats, because the unit stats might change between editions. It's not a perfect system, but it shows that they care about being sort of forward mobile, you know? Forward compatible, I suppose, would be a better phrase for that. Mantic Games Warpath. I have not played Warpath. I played Dead Zone. I do play Dead Zone. I've got some enforcers here that I've done up. I've got Veermen and I've got Forge Fathers, and I'm intending to actually run some games of this on the stream here in the near future. I have not played Warpath, which is the larger version of this game. I didn't realize it uses rank and flank trays. I genuinely haven't even looked at Warpath. I've got, this set of bases that these guys are on. I'm doing a revision of this set in the near future because it needs a couple of changes. Let me see. I have some examples of it. Here's a larger... What did I call this? I think I called this the Rimworld Colony set. In general, I'm hoping to have some more base sets released this year, but yeah, there are science fiction versions of my bases, complete with the washer voids in the bottom. And in addition to this, we also have round-lipped bases that I've done. These have more of the Privateer Press Warcaster high science fiction aesthetic. Yeah, I wouldn't think that the basic system I've made for the Conquest trays would work for any other game. They're very specific to Conquest. But we've got 3 sets of the round-lipped bases like that available on Steel Warrior Studios now. I'm hoping that we can run some Dead Zone where it's me playing against the stream, because Dead Zone is a grid-based game. And it's much easier to say, I move my unit forward 2 grid squares, than it is to be like, I move my unit 5 inches at approximately 70 degrees. Please measure that right. But you know, if there's anything you'd like to see me make, which is very, very flattering, by the way, that there are people who look at my work and go, I wish he would make this thing. I don't promise that I'm gonna do it, but you can always request it on the Discord. I'll take a look at your requests. If there's something I've already made that I can adapt into it, that might happen. You know, who knows? Twitch plays Dead Zone. We're gonna try it. I don't know how well it's gonna go, but I want to try doing some Twitch plays type games. Against the streamer. Against the ninja. Can I request that you make some tanks? What kind of tanks, Kursala? What scale? Tank scale tanks of the tank persuasion. So helpful, Dweghom. The old FASA Battle Force system had a lot of that game mechanic is you could have full lances in each base. Bases that did show 4 or 5 mechs on the base, since that would have been useful for that. So that would actually be pretty cool. I thought Battle Force is pretty excellent. How you doing, Slender Teen? I apologize if I miss anybody's chats tonight, by the way. There are a lot of people in chat tonight. More than I'm generally useful. I do try to respond to everybody. I apologize if I miss you. But you know, if you really want to get something through to me, or you want to have a conversation about something, you might have luck dropping me a line on Discord. We do have a very active Thunderhead Studio Discord with a lot of very, very talented painters, modelers, printers, just nerds. You know, just nerds in general. And again, if you'd like to share your work, I would love to see it. We do the Storm Report every single stream, and you can go ahead and share an image, and we'll take a look at it towards the end of the stream tonight. I'm doing very well, Slender Teen. Thank you for asking. Hey, what's up, Sumitha? Gus Schultz. Very nice to see you, my friend. Welcome in. Nerds! Nerds! Fucking gets my goat up, Walter's Workshop. Oh, God, nerds, man. I want to bash some nerds right now, you know? Oh, God, just gets my neck. Can't even believe nerds. Tank version of the trench foot. So like a Gundam gun tank, but the trench foot. Oh, Scythe, I'm so glad to hear that, man. Oh, we got new files up, by the way, on Steel Warrior Studios today. The version 2 of the Hills are posted. They are now available for sale in STL form. If you, by chance, are someone who purchased our initial run of Grassland and Desert-style Hills, you will be getting a free upgrade of the ones that you already bought. You'll just be getting a better set of the same files. They're not the same files. They're completely new files in the same arrangement of hexes, but improved in every conceivable way. Not at all, Sumitha. Not at all. Please feel free to get your work done. I love my lurkers. I love my lurkers. Lurkers are wonderful people. I say that because I lurk constantly in other people's streams. Sometimes I feel a little bad about not being more actively involved in some streams of some of my favorite streamers, but I just like to lurk. I'm almost always working on something when I'm checking out Twitch, you know? And I imagine a lot of you fine people are too. Something interesting I've found, like this is, you know, a visual medium stream. We're doing art, we're painting minis, we're showing stuff off, we're doing whatever. But I think most people on Twitch put streamers on in the background while they're doing other things, and I think that audio quality is important as a result. I think more people are probably listening to me right now than are watching me. Which is fine, too. It means occasionally I can just, like, make really confusing sounds and they'll have no idea what's going on, you know? Raised by Wolves Season 2 on Thursday. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, I'm into that. I am so into Raised by Wolves. It's such a fucking weird show! Oh my god, Raised by Wolves is strange! It's the best thing to come out of Ridley Scott in years, because it's the same shit that he's wanted to talk about since he made Prometheus, but he's not ruining aliens by doing it, and that makes it all okay. Instead, he's giving Travis Fimmel work, and I am so in favor of that, because I like watching Travis Fimmel. Travis Fimmel is a beautiful man. He's just a striking and beautiful man who I like to watch do things, and Raised by Wolves gives me an excuse to watch him dressed as a space crusader fighting robots. Admittedly, magic robots for reasons that are as yet undetermined, but, you know, still robots. I am. Yeah, Wolfbean. Where is he? This is my warlord for this army, Wolfbean. I'm really pretty happy with how this mini came out. But yeah, I'm running a militia heavy army. I like in... Oh, one of my prints finished. I like in Conquest the way they balance, like, light, medium, heavy forces, reactivity. They give you a reason to run things like militia, even if they're not, like, the best troops. They're gonna come onto the field faster than anyone else. They're gonna have the opportunity to be out and be doing things on earlier turns than other units. And as a result, if you run militia-heavy forces, you can sort of seize the initiative and set up defensive positions before your enemy's heavy hitters come out. On the other hand, if you run an elite-heavy army, you're gonna be facing dug-in troops who are already scoring points by the time you come at them. So there's a give and take there. That's fine. That's fine, Walter's Workshop. They serve the Theist Church well, and I have a great many of them. Their lives are not important. And cheap chaff later on. Yeah, there you go. All in all, I think Conquest is a particularly great game. The fact that it has been as sort of alive and adaptive as it is pretty inspiring. Again, Parabellum clearly gives a shit about Conquest. They care and they believe in their product, and that is by itself inspirational. There are too many games out there where the creators don't seem to really believe that what they're doing is going to have legs. It is. It is, in fact, both, Walter's Workshop. Am I gonna bring Conquest to Adepticon? That depends entirely on if I make it to Adepticon. Things are so wacky this year. LVO has been kind of questionable, is my understanding. Like, almost every game has suffered a number of people who signed up but didn't actually show up to play. I don't know. Combination of people who don't want to go because of COVID, and then people who don't want to go because of mask requirements, and it's all just stupid. Oh, is it really? I haven't listened to LOS's latest podcast. If they're talking about Conquest, that's exciting though. I'll tell you though, anywhere I wind up, Conquest is going to be coming with me. This is my new fantasy game of choice. This is my replacement for Rune Wars the Miniatures game, which... Oh, if you've been on this stream before, you know I I missed that game terribly. Alright, let's switch to white, and let's do a little blending over our yellow for the natural linen. Walter, same. Like, I don't think Adepticon is going to happen. I'm possible on Gen Con. If things turn around and go better for Gadarung, which to be fair, it seems like they probably will, Adepticon 2023, like, the year that all this shit really opens back up and we all feel more confident, I want to hit as many conventions as I possibly can. I'm not opposed to that at all, Gimishkar. I have an unbelievable amount of Rune Wars, and the thing is that Rune Wars actually lends itself pretty well to remote play, because it's a game that works on template movement. So, like, you can actually judge your moves pretty well just looking at an overhead view of the table. I own a lot of Rune Wars, and I want to get the battle reports and the live games going this year on the stream, and if we do, I'm sure I could be conned into doing some Rune Wars. I've got my whole Wykar army, I've got my whole painted, what are they called? The crazy Badlands Barbarians, I've got them all painted up. The only forces I don't have painted up, I do own them, but I haven't painted them, are my Dakan and my Latari Elves. Ooh, Iberben. God damn, I would love that, man. Hell yeah. I would genuinely love to do a meetup with a bunch of you fools and just play some games and have some drinks. That would be amazing, and at a convention would be the ideal place to do it. This community is... I am consistently staggered at how many people, how many gamers, and how many artists have connected through the orbit of the Thunderhead Studio community, and it is very humbling, and I would love to see you find folk in the flesh, as long as it doesn't violate Rule 1. Nice, quick raw linen. I think I'm probably gonna come back in here and define that center point because I got a little washed out, but this is a nice, easy way to do gambesons. Redwall miniature game, let's go. Is that a thing? Yeah, that would be amazing. Shit, even I would play that. I say even I would play that, like that's significant. I play everything. It's kind of stupid. Riot Sister, I didn't do that. I'm so sorry, Riot Sister. Here, it's a little late, but...
Hello there.
Just for you. Keeping it light. Have a little more titanium white. For the upgrade on the Hills packs, if we already have the old pack, how do we know when the updates are available for download? Paradox, they should be available right now. Steel Warrior Studios will be sending out notifications. Or he should be, at any rate, but they should be available for download right now if you go to the download links provided by your initial purchase. They should be. If you have any issues, I would contact them on their Discord, or you can ping them on my Discord too, that would work. Try to speed this up a little bit. Remember that I have to paint 24 of these idiots. We're looking for fast and effective. That's the point. That's the point of all this. Fast and effective. We're not going slow today. We're going to save slow for when we get back to Vader next week. I finally found a good inspiration for the OSL on his helmet that I'm going to use. The Royal, then. It's true, he does have an employee now, so Steel Warrior Studios is now with them. Yeah, that works. Next guy. I know, this is riveting painting tonight. But you know what? I got a lot of models need doing this year, and we're gonna try to churn through as many as we can, folks. A minion. Don't call him that to his face. It's all well and good in private until you accidentally refer to an employee as a minion right in front of him. And the minion union gets involved. You just checked your junk mail. There you go. On the edge of my seat, assembling my own models. Oh my god. Blank Walker, what are you building right now? It's a magical day to Square. It is a magical day. It's a magical day. Oh my god, that fucking movie. It still feels like I hallucinated that experience. What the hell? What the hell did the other family fake suicide plot have to do with anything? It didn't connect at any point to anything. It never came back. There was the scene where the daughter told Neil Breen that her mother had faked her father's suicide and had actually shot him, and that literally went nowhere. Because in the very next scene, Neil Breen was giving a press conference in front of Congress, and some Congress people shot themselves, and then there was an assassin in the bushes, and he got shot by someone, we never saw who, and then the movie was over. MCP putting Groot together, oh nice. MCP has some nice minis. Man, MCP is really pushing the limits of dynamic sculpting these days, holy crap, I just gotta look at their Hulkbuster and Hulk combination, they are something else. Nice minis, though. Very nice minis. Not really a huge fan of the game Marvel Crisis Protocol, but you cannot fault Atomic Mass Games on the quality of their sculpts coming out of the gate. Really good looking. Alright, on to the fourth one. Less MCP, more Magic Rock. You have been given powers. Man, what a long, strange trip it has been. 11 months of it, Darkheart. Has it really been that long? Darkheart, thank you so much for the resubscription, my friend. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good one. I hope you're having a magical day. I've got to go, like, I got to take some time this week and pull some scenes out of Fateful Findings and turn them into our little clips here. Because there are some amazing ones. There's some truly amazing ones. And they're going to prompt people to go, what the hell is that movie that you're showing clips from? And then I'll get to go, oh. You're not familiar with Neil Breen. Well. A whole new world. Shining, shimmering splendor. I'm sure the people who showed up for movie night last night are absolutely thanking me today that while yesterday they didn't know about Breen, today they do. Their lives are enriched. I saw a headline this morning to do with, like, a horrible car accident in Las Vegas, and the first thought that I had, the first sick thought that I had was, oh god, don't let it be Neil. Don't let it be Neil. He has to live many more years. Got a ton of painting done on your Grey Knights. I hope I get to see him, Darkheart. Once everyone has seen Neil Breen, no one will be special. I really liked, who did, that was, shit. Jason, what's his last name? Jason Lee, who did the voice of Syndrome in The Incredibles. He was great. Alright. Now I'm going to use just yellow ochre to do the wood shafts here. Actually, what I might do, I'm going to try yellow ochre and maybe just a touch of burnt sienna for the wood. Again, oil paints, you guys. I have spent so little money on paint since I've started using these. This is literally the same tube I got in my starter set when I first started. I have... It lasts so damn long. It's kind of crazy. This is the same titanium white tube. This is my most used color. And I'm starting to roll it up, but it's like... This paint goes a long way. Are there better oil paints than the Winton series? Absolutely. It's hard to beat the price, and the quality is more than good enough for minis. Oh, we knew about him. We just didn't know the extent of the absurdity. Absurdity is certainly one word for it. Just want to put a little bit of warmth, a little bit of heat in my yellow ochre using a touch of that sienna. There we go. There it is. A little bit of heat. God, see how easy that is, and it's just already blended in? Like, oh my god. Oh my god. Airbrush oil paints. No. No. Why? Why would you even suggest such a thing? Movie last night made James Nguyen's Birdemic look like Bergman's The Seventh Seal in comparison. You're not wrong, Mannix. Birdemic makes a lot more sense than Fateful Findings. You are very much correct. That's the thing, like, you can say Neil Breen movies are bad movies, and that is just not even fucking coming close to scratching the surface of what Neil Breen movies are. They're not just bad. They're like life-changingly bad. They are weirdly almost... I can't say good, but they have an artistic validity to them. I compare them to David Lynch movies. I do. They have a similar obtuse high-mindedness, in that as I watch them, I feel certain that the author intended me to glean something from them. What it is, they're communicating so poorly that I can't even fucking guess. We tried to make sense out of the plot last night. We tried, and we tried, and we tried, and it went fucking nowhere. Hope they update the 100K molds at some point. Yeah, Dwegham, I agree. These models that I'm doing right now, by the way, here on stream, are probably the worst models in the entirety of the Conquest range. These and the Men-at-Arms, and it's because these are the first models that they made, and one of the exciting things about Conquest is that they have improved their molds with each and every sculpt that they've released. The latest sculpts make these look so fucking terrible. Which, you know, okay, they're Militia, like, what do I really expect? There are a bunch of them, and they're going to die in droves. You know, give me a second, I need to go get a beer. What's funny is I sat on these guys for a while, and then I wound up finishing them in just one night. But these are the Militia that I've done, the Militia Bowmen that I've done so far. I think these came out pretty good. This is where we're going with the current set. Waiting for Weaver Courts. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what the Weaver Courts end up looking like. I don't know what it is about, maybe it's just my natural contrarian nature, but in a world like Conquest where there are these insane factions with over-the-top, crazy designs and weird biomechanoid crap, I'm like, I want the toothless peasants with the bows. Give me the men with the spears, the pointy sticks, please, so I can stab the monsters. Yeah, Dino Man, I'm waiting for the city-states myself. I mean, 100 Kingdoms has good sculpts. Don't get me wrong, I think that these Household Knights are fucking phenomenal. These are what I'm gonna dig into once the Militia are done. I'm really excited to work on these guys. They have a lot of detail, and they're so big. They're so big, I feel like I actually have a chance to really do some detailing on them. The Spires finally have their cavalry in the form of the Centaur Avatara, which are just nuts. Just absolutely nuts. And then there are no models for the Sakai right now, who are like the religious zealot forces that you can take with your 100 Kingdoms. But that did not stop me from printing out a bunch of proxies to go with my Theist Priest. This is going to be his cohort of religious lunatics with knives. These are all 3D printed proxies. Eventually they'll release Sakai. I don't know what they're going to look like, but I thought these guys were close enough. Now, the Great Helms are mine, Mannix. The actual helms that come with the Household Knights are a little different, a little more ornate. I designed and printed the Great Helms myself. I wanted them a little lower fantasy. Gonna do each horse so they look like a different breed. I'm planning some diversity on the Household Knights, Data Nerd. I want to do the horses in a variety of patterns where you can see them, and I want to do the livery of the knights in different colors. When I do the religious order knights, they're going to be in the same color because they're all part of a religious order, but these are theoretically knights from different houses. Theoretically knights from different houses. Folks, give me 1 minute. I'm going to get up for just a second, grab myself a beer, and I'll be right back. I'm a data nerd. I do. I'm glad I've separated the hydrates, because just drinking beer all stream is not a great idea. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Here we go, though. Oh, it's so cold. Oh, God. We have one of the new Piedmont Bluffs style hills off the printer. Again, it's in black PLA, so of course you can't see the texture very well, but like we did the previous terrain painting day, we're going to have another one here in the near future where I paint these rockier ones up and show them off. I did want to show this. This is a feature of the new Battletech Hex Hills. They all have these labels on the bottom of them that tell you what set they belong to. It's a simple thing, but I think this is really going to help. Darkheart, I'm boring as hell. I'm always drinking a fat tire, my man. Oh, God, you people. All with the hydrates? Fine. So much water. What did I just see about the... Somebody made a suggestion about the magnets in the regiment bases and trays. So... The design features of these trays are such that you have a few options for how they go together. If you look here, these trays, these regiment trays, not the stands, but the trays. I know the terminology can get confusing. This here is a free file you can get. This will work with the standard Conquest stands. This will fit the standard stands as well. And then it will also fit these 3D printed ones using the voids in the corners. These will just lock right down in there, and then you can arrange these into regiments quite easily. The other thing that these stands have, the other form of regiment connection that they have, uses the puzzle piece connectors. You see these little 4 magnets on the edges, so you don't want to use the trays, but you do want to connect into a regiment, maybe of a strange size. That connects in like that. Then you bring up another stand, and it connects like so. And it has a little bit of give to it, so that it actually, like, it won't just pop apart. And then it sort of pulls itself back together. And you can sort of flex them up and down if you're going over uneven terrain or something like that, or if there's something beneath the model. It works pretty well, I found. And then if you need to remove one, it's as easy as just lifting it out, or lift the opposite one, and the connector will come with this one. And then, of course, all of the bases themselves magnetize down into the stands as well. Alright, let's keep going. Oh god, excuse me. Excuse me. Have y'all been watching Peacemaker? Peacemaker's really got me right now. It's not like the most amazing show ever. I think it's kind of stupid. It's definitely one of those shows that's like trying real hard to be edgy. But I mean, it's James Gunn, so it's not surprising. And occasionally they push the jokes too far to the point where they're not funny. But for the most part, it's actually really amusing and I enjoy it. I like the characters. But the thing that it's been doing that I really dig is James Gunn has been sort of bringing notice to a bunch of like power metal and hair metal bands. And not just old ones from the 80s, but ones that are currently performing. He's brought a lot of notoriety to a few bands that people weren't really paying much attention to before. The one that stood out to me was they did the closing song. Well, there's Wigwam who does the opening song for Peacemaker. But there's another band who did the song for the end credits of the last episode, episode 5. Called, oh shit, what are they called? Damn it, I just had it up. It's not Steel Panther. No, they're not as ridiculous as Steel Panther, Colonel Matthew Steiner. They're more serious bands than Steel Panther is. Not that there's anything wrong with Steel Panther, mind you. other than the fact that they're explicitly a joke. Oh, man. Here we go. They're called Dynasty. Dynasty with a Z. There we go. Either way, I really, really dug them, and I looked them up, and they've got a bunch of albums, and now I have some new metal to listen to. Good for you, James Gunn, spreading the word. You ever watch Sabaton, Desert Owl? I have been to 4 live Sabaton shows now. Not since the pandemic started. In fact, they had one last year that I didn't manage to get to. It got canceled, and they were touring with... Who were they touring with? It was somebody that I didn't care much about seeing. And I don't remember who it was now. But they canceled, and then they managed to get a show going, and, you know, everything was crazy, and I just kind of opted to not go to that one, because I've managed to see them as many times already as I have. Sabaton's a great show. Sabaton is a fantastic show. If you ever get a chance to see Sabaton live, I strongly recommend it. I've been to a good number of live shows over the years. There are some bands that are just studio bands. There's some bands that the live performance is a big, like, why did I come to this? I should have just listened to their album. Sabaton is not one of them. Sabaton thrives on audience energy, and they feed it back into the audience in a very satisfying way. There are some bands that just stand up there and play. That is not Sabaton. It is an experience, and I highly recommend it. I've listened to Hatebeak or Caninus. I have never even heard of those bands, Gimishkar. Judas Priest, yes, that is correct. They were touring with Judas Priest. Judas Priest canceled. The show got thrown up in the air, and I didn't manage to make it to the replacement showing that they scheduled, unfortunately. But I figured I'd have another opportunity to see them at some point. Seeing shows for the last few years has been very questionable anyway. Permission to share a vid of Sabaton's Woodstock Live Ghost Division. Yes. I'm not going to pull it up, but I will allow that to be shared in chat. Sabaton's a great band. They're really pretty fucking excellent. And like I said, great band to see live. So much energy. So involved with the audience. I really appreciate that. I had a show that I went to in San Antonio, Texas. It was Sabaton and somebody else. I can't remember who it was supposed to be. But they were touring with somebody. The other band, like, there was a snowstorm in Texas, which has been happening more and more, but at the time it was really shocking. And the other band ran off the road on their way from Austin to San Antonio, and the show got canceled. And then the show got uncanceled like an hour before it was supposed to happen. And the only way you would know this is if you were, like, refreshing the ticketing page in their social media. The other band didn't make it. Who was it? Was it Fintroll? That can't be right. I don't think they ever toured with Sabaton. I don't remember who it was. Anyway, Sabaton went on, though. The other band didn't make it. Sabaton went on anyway, just by themselves. And I'm telling you, maybe 50 people showed up. Like, I think most people didn't know that it was still going to happen, so maybe 50 people showed up. And it was in kind of a medium-sized venue, and there's the band, and there's me, and there's like 50 people. It was a nothing show. And when that happens, like, I kind of understand if a band either doesn't... Oh, Amish. I really understand in that circumstance if a band doesn't give me everything, you know? If a band doesn't give me their all. Because it's like, this is a shit show. There's no people obviously meant to be here but didn't make it. It's a tiny little thing. We want to save our energy for the rest of the tour. I get it. They gave us the whole 9 yards. It was just as energetic and involved and fucking live action as any other Sabaton show that I've been to. Actually, I guess that would make it 5. I guess I've seen them 5 times. Damn. Oof, I've seen them a lot. I've seen them more than I've seen the Electric 6, and that's a strange number of times. But, oh my god, they were like... They thrive on that audience energy, and there were only 50 of us there, and we were just... like the whole crowd was so jazzed up. We made 50 men seem like 500. It was really, really a great show. That might be my favorite Sabaton show that I've been to, just because I was able to, like, personally engage with the band members easily, you know? Because there just weren't many people there. And that's kind of what you want, is that personal touch. It's hard to get. It's very hard to get. Jujusaurus Brax knows what I'm talking about. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Wait, I've already done this guy. How did I get out of order? Huh, I don't know how. It doesn't matter, though. Alright, let's start in on the leather. That's gonna be some of this here Terra Rosa. Best band I ever saw live that I didn't think was going to be that good. Ooh, that was actually at a Sabaton show. They were touring with Hammerfall. And Hammerfall opened for Sabaton. I did not expect Hammerfall to be very good. I'll just be right up front with y'all. I'm not a big Hammerfall fan. Their studio stuff is like, it's okay. It's good if you're in a certain mood, but it's not like great music. And I learned something then, and that is that Hammerfall is entirely a show band. That's like seeing Kiss. Like, I'm never gonna listen to Kiss. You hand me a Kiss CD, I'm gonna go, this is great, and I'm gonna throw it in a corner someplace and forget about it, because I don't give a shit about listening to Kiss's music. But their shows are great. Hammerfall is all about the show. They were so fucking into it. They got everybody singing along, and like it was really intense. So I feel like I understand that band better now. Yeah, I don't like, yeah. If you told me Kiss released the new album, would you like a copy? No. Let's go to a Kiss show. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Sir Nahum. I've been to a few shows I didn't expect to be as good as they were. I think Hammerfall just stands out as the most surprising. I was kind of surprised at how good the Revolting Cocks were. I wasn't really into Revco until I saw them live, and then I was like, oh, okay, yeah, no, this is good. This is good shit. Alright, let's lay into our leather with a little bit of burnt sienna here. I don't. No, I don't. I do not, in fact, want to shout it out loud. Best for you was Man-O-War. I don't think I've seen Man-O-War live. When I lived in Texas, I went to a lot of live shows. Living near Austin, Texas will do that to you, though. I saw, the Revolting Cocks, I saw Guar, I saw Danzig, I saw Melt Banana. That was something. I saw Electric Six a surprising number of times. I don't know why that even happened. that was weird. I saw Sonata Arctica a few times, and that was great. I love Sonata Arctica. Those guys make me feel accepted, because they're just as schlubby and nerdy as I am, even when they're on stage. Sir Neum, thank you so much for the Prime sub, my friend. Thank you so much for your support. Yes. I'm going to come in with some white and kind of brighten this up a little bit here. One of my favorite Sabaton stories is the fan who made an unofficial music video which got a fan copyright strike. What did the band do when they found out? They went to Poland, made a video with the dude, and then published it as... Yeah, they're an awesome bunch of guys, as far as I can tell. I'll tell you one thing I've noticed, though, about going to a bunch of Sabaton shows. I'll tell you one negative thing I've noticed about going to Sabaton shows. And I don't think this really reflects on them. I love their music, I love their shows, but there's always... I have noticed there is always just one group of fans. They tend to stand together, and you can kind of pick them out of the crowd. They have a particular look about them. They're the group of fans who get, like, a little too excited when certain songs come up. You know? Maybe they get a little too into some of the songs about the Wehrmacht. A little too enthusiastic, if you know what I mean. I'm not saying that they're a huge contingent of the fan base. I can't speak to that, but they're always there, and it's always a little bit concerning. But they're easy to pick out, and I just kind of don't go anywhere near them. Yeah, those are the ones. Those guys. Yeah, Yi knows what I'm talking about. The Hail Hydras. Yes, precisely. Precisely. Exactly, Amish Stig. They get a little too excited when certain sets come up. And you just kind of... just don't talk to those guys. I don't hold it against Sabaton. They're fucking awesome, and, you know, they sing about history, and that's the thing. Like, I became familiar with those groups when I was in the SCA, because, like, if you're in things like medieval reenactment groups or the SCA, and you're even a little bit of a Germanophile, you quickly find yourself, at some point, you find yourself around a campfire with someone who's into German culture for the wrong reasons. You just learn to recognize it and sort of inch yourself away. Absolutely, Dwegom. I'll have a look. They are unfortunately impossible to completely avoid, but they usually make themselves pretty recognizable, so that's something. Oop. Oh, his hands are bare. That's right. Never mind. Yes, Society for Creative Anachronisms. The nerdiest LARPing club in the history of LARPing clubs. The LARPing club that demands to be taken seriously despite the fact that nothing they do is terribly serious. And God bless them, I love the SCA. Not everybody in it, but the organization itself. Sabaton's the reason I have any interest in military history, and in turn took a friend up on an offer when he said, "Hey, I'm trying to rebuild a wargaming group. You want to learn bolt action?" I mean, I don't know how you dress Automat Americana. I couldn't possibly say. There's certainly certain uniforms consisting of leather jackets and Doc Martens that I might find concerning. Which is a shame, because I love leather jackets and I love Doc Martens, but you know. You know how it goes. Hey, I ain't got no problem with black leather, baby. How you doing, Bahamut? Good to see you. Got primer on most of the motor pool? Excellent. Yeah, yes, White Wolf, that is, yes. it's very true. What is their latest song, Xander Shade? I don't know that I'm current on all of Sabaton's latest releases. What is their latest song? I'm still, like, coming up to speed on The Great War, and that happened some time ago, so... Actually, the last show of theirs I saw was The Great War, which was fucking awesome. I have not listened to that one yet, Xander Shade. I'll have to look it up after the stream. I just listened to Ghost's new track a little while ago. The Call Me Little Sunshine? That's a fucking great track. It's so, like, mid-90s. It is in the sucking that we find purity, absolutely. Should show off my cosplays sometime. They're cosplays. I'm not above admitting that what I have done is cosplay. It absolutely is. And yeah, my Judge Dredd cosplay was, it was Judge Lex, but, you know, it was Judge Dredd. That cosplay was all the leather I need to wear for some time. The video's good. The video's good, but I like the song, too.
Call me Mephistopheles.
Wait, which helmet? Oh, the helmet, Dwegham? My helmet? Thank you. Yeah, it came out really, really nice. It's probably good for this guy. On to the next one. Keep going, keep going. It's all about quantity. Need to get a new duster. Gave mine to my son since it's getting a bit tight. It takes a pretty badass guy to rock around in a leather duster. Maybe with his shirt off, you know. Tough, muscular dude. Inside, surrounded by the leather. It's very sexual. I do wear black greatcoats. Actually, few things are more comfy than a black leather greatcoat. It takes, you know what, Automat? It takes a certain confidence that I can respect to rock a greatcoat or a duster. It draws the eye to the wearer, certainly. You have to have a, as I said, a confidence, a swagger, if you will. I can respect that. Not everybody can pull it off, you know? But if you can, more power to you. I, for instance, can't really. I'm not going to burn the duster, so stop telling me to burn it! Probably couldn't burn it anyway. It's flame retardant. It's like a shield of armor. I'll burn all these stupid fucking sleeveless t-shirts that he once retired and hung up around the bar. I'll burn those. Bless you. Bless you, Walter's Workshop. You beautiful jabroni. Duster, combat boots, cargo pants, nerd t-shirt, and a fedora. Holy shit. Desert Owl, you are the internet made manifest, my friend. I'm a painter. Everybody should just, I have an immense respect for people who dress the way that they want. Fuck everybody else. Honestly, fuck them. The whole damn world's looking to tear you down all the time anyway. Doing what they want isn't really gonna get you anything except hating yourself. Tribulator knows what I'm talking about. Thanks for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. I'm gonna get his belt, but of course it's underneath all this crap. I just want to smear some of this color in there. Not doing anything too fancy. This is sort of like a pre-glaze or a base coat in that it doesn't show up much now, but when I highlight it, hopefully it will. How you doing, Tribulator? What are you working on? What are you working on, Tribulator? You do minis? You do mini painting? You plays the games? You rolls the dice? Yeah, Christmas Truce is actually a pretty cool song. I like most of what... That's the thing, like, there have been a few Sabaton songs that have come out that I have been, like, a little lukewarm on at first, but then you just listen to the album a few times, and there's none of them that haven't grown on me. Peacoats are nice. Particularly, like, in the cold. I've been a fan of leather jackets all my life, though. I don't wear them as much these days. I'm much more of a hoodie guy these days. As time has gone on, I've gotten more and more boring when it comes to what I wear. More boring or less interesting, whichever way you want to phrase it. Working on a Warforged Titan, waiting for my 3D printer. Well, that is just exciting as shit. What kind of printer you got coming? We do a little bit of 3D printing around here. Can't stand wearing jackets. You run hot, so always end up taking them off. You know, it depends. Depends on your climate. How you doing today, Joy of Painting Minis? How's things? Just slather this in here. Not being careful. We're just painting minis. Not being careful. Just painting minis. 'Cause that's what needs doing. Alright, next step. Myself a little bit of pale rose blush to go with my yellow ochre here. Let's try this as our highlight, see how it goes. I'm changing my formula a little bit, but I'm trying to differentiate my skin tones from my leather here. I find that they can often wind up getting kind of close to each other, and I'd like to avoid that. So I've got a mixture of yellow ochre and pale rose blush that I'm going to use for my leather highlights. See the problem of how much nicer it is having multiple 3D printers. I can print more faster. Do I get more printers to print even more stuff faster? This is the question that comes up a lot for me, Scythe. Because I love buying 3D printers and I love having 3D printers and having a lot of them for that matter. I've got 3 of them behind me and 2 over there just in this office. I stop myself by asking, am I pushing my current capacity regularly? Am I constantly and regularly, like, I need more going at once? At a certain critical mass, the answer is often no, and that stops me from spending more money. The drawer just fell out of the cupboard. Oh, what fun. What fun, the joy of painting minis. How ironically named you are today. Uninspired, to be honest. Need to finish my Eldar, start my Harridan, but it just ain't happening. I'm even skimping on dinner. Joy of painting minis, you know. Everybody deals with artist block and a lack of productivity in creativity their own way. Personally, I have found it beneficial to not put too much pressure on myself. Creativity comes when it comes, and while there are people out there who can just shove their way through artist blocks and get work done, I find that if I do something else for a while, if I just focus on other things, eventually the inspiration to work on the thing will come back on its own, and when it does, I'm going to work faster and I'm going to work better. So, you know, find something that you are inspired to work on and focus your energy on that for a little while. That's what I do, anyway. I find that I eventually come back to it, reinvigorated, and ready to create. Didn't really do his belt much, did I? It's okay. That's okay. Doesn't really matter. He's in a big, massive militia. Nobody's going to look that closely at him. Oh, thank you for saying so, Raven Cat. How you doing today? Always a pleasure to see you in chat, my friend. Just grabbing those leather highlight blends. I think I'll probably touch this leather up with just pure titanium white for some final highlights to brighten it up a little bit. Either way, I'm getting that ruddy red color that I was after. On to the next one. And that's an interesting combination of the burnt sienna, yellow ochre, and pale rose blush. I've been trying some new skin tones lately. I got some alizarin crimson and some what's the yellow? I ordered a yellow that people recommended to me. I'm gonna say Nepal yellow, is that right? I think it is. Working on grading tests now. Yikes, tried oil painting a raven. How did that go? Thought I wanted something to paint, so I printed up a Pegasus and Unicorn. First I printed in half a year. Since I put the screen protector on, still managed to dial everything in okay. It's kind of like riding a bike. Doing MMOs, but it isn't great for the stream. I'll get there. I think I'm just off the past couple of weeks. Birthday coming up and not thrilled with that. Yeah, the more we have, the less exciting they are. Stop cutting yourself. Stop cutting yourself, Altair. For the love of God. Never grab hot Cheetos with an open cut. What are you doing to yourself? What? Oh my God. Did I get any Mars Black? I ordered some, I want to say Gamblin Mars Black. I don't think they have a Mars Black in the Winton Oils color series. But I did order a Gamblin Mars Black, and I'm going to see how it compares to my Ivory and Lamp Black. Trying out some different lines of oil paints lately, too, because I really just use the one. To see what the other oil lines' strengths may be. There, leather belt, leather strap. Gotta get it across his chest here, which of course is behind a bunch of crap, but you know, whatever. I think I neglected to get that with my initial pass, but it really doesn't matter. Not for the militia. I'm not gonna waste any time going back. Poor Alti's fingies. Oh, no. He needs those fingers. Those are his art sticks. Next guy. How you doing today, Matt? How did the game go? I was only in for a little bit of it. Matt Yee's been doing some battle reports for Age of Sigmar over on his stream lately. Didn't realize it was cut until you reach for the flamin' turbo chips, and by then it was too late. Oh, God. Just have a Van Gogh starter set, more designed for canvas work, but I have no idea what I'm doing. You know, Raven Cat? Neither do I, man. Matt Yee and I can both attest that even if you have no fucking clue what you're doing, you can still probably get some pretty good results out of oils just by futzing with them, man. Both had a fun time. That's what matters. Oh, is that all that matters? I see. As an audience, we're just meaningless to you then. Is that what you're saying, Matt Yee? Oh my god, you guys. Remember where you were the day that Matt Yee said he hates everyone in his chat. He just said it. Unsubscribe. Exposed. Oh, he's saying the score is meaning. Oh, gee, I wonder why. Why do you suppose Matt Yee would, after the fact, after the game has already concluded, want to sell the idea that the score doesn't matter? What matters is we had fun. What possible explanation could there be? I feel like I'm drawing a blank here. It's all about the sportsmanship, right, Yee? Unless you win, of course. Yeah. Yeah. I blame GW's toxic release schedule. They're specifically targeting your gits, that much is certain. Like, all things being equal, let's make sure we fuck Yee good on this release schedule. I think Riot Sister is a good sort of test. Because like she said, that's the first game of Age of Sigmar she's ever watched. What did you think, Riot Sister? I'll take what is sportsmanship for 200. I talk shit, but in reality I do agree. I just play these games to have a good time. I'm not even going to pretend that I'm terribly good at them. I regularly get my ass kicked by my wife when she has never played the game that we're playing. She picks up the rules very quickly, she notices things that I don't notice, and then she just stomps a hole in my face. It is very embarrassing. But you know, I can only go through it so many times before it starts being like, yeah, okay, that's gonna happen, that's just the way of things. I'm really liking how this leather's coming out, actually, this time. I changed my recipe a little bit, and I'm glad for it. I'll give it one more touch after this, but for the most part, this is looking pretty excellent. I do, Mr. Altair, as it happens. I keep wanting to say Altair, it's just Altair. Tried to teach my wife Kill Team, got 5 minutes and her eyes glazed over and I knew it was doomed. Yeah, I'm very lucky in that respect. She pays attention and she learns and then she uses what I've taught against her. Against me. Uses what I've taught her against me. That's a sentence. So many fluids. So many fluids. If I can get through the leather step by the end of our stream tonight, I will feel pretty good. Pretty good about our progress. Just the four. Just the four, Dwegham. I've been going very slow today. But a couple hours sitting down, got through testing out the airbrush, did a good amount of work on 4 minis out of 12. That's not bad. I'm probably going to do some more work late tonight anyway. I just learned to be thankful for all the time that I sit down and get work done, because you know what? A little bit at a time is nothing to be ashamed of. You do a little bit every day, and you do it every day, and eventually you got a painted army. And yeah, just about 20 minutes. Mostly this has been pleasing because the recipe I developed previously on the last 12 is working really well with some small modifications. I am more confident in my choices right now. And the fact that I've been able to do all of this with a big stupid flat brush it makes me happy. Like, I've been using literally the same flat brush since we started today. It's the only brush I've used. Alright. Grab a little titanium white for a final highlight on the leather. Actually, I may let this cure a bit before I do this step, just so... that's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah, I think I am, because see what I'm getting right now is my white is blending in quite a lot, which is, you know, it's what you want out of oils, but I just want to catch the edges of the leather with this final step. So, I'm going to let this leather actually cure until tomorrow before I do the final step on the leather. But that doesn't mean I can't do some more work on them right now. Let's go ahead and apply some of our basic flesh tones. I am going to use a different brush for that. A little bit more directed. Use my Phalanx size 3. Grab a little bit of white spirits and thin down my Terra Rosa a touch. Terra Rosa is a bit of a bully. It's very opaque. It's great for a quick skin tone base, though. I agree with that, Scythe. That's how I got started in Warhammer 40k way back in the day, it was funny back then. It was still humorous back in the day, when they remembered that they were joking. I haven't enjoyed it as much since it started becoming serious. Which is a long time ago now. The faces on these guys are the spots where I take a little bit of extra time on now, because my first set of faces came out like shit. And I think it's worth giving them a little extra time, because the face... That's something that I've learned about models. Matt Yee has been talking a lot about painting models effectively lately. And everybody who's painting has to ask themselves certain questions about why they're painting models. Are you painting just for the joy of doing it and you want to try doing crazy things? Then that's what you should be doing. You should try to take it as far as you want, do teeny little details, make it as complex as you want to paint it. And that's great. Are you painting for a competition? Then yeah, you want to learn advanced glazing techniques, you want to learn non-metallic metals, you want to learn OSL, stuff like that. Are you painting because you have an army and you want to play a game next week? Well, then what you need to be learning are how to focus your energy on the most effective methods. What people are really gonna see. And it's not always obvious, it can be counterintuitive. Like I said, Matt Yee's recently learned some lessons on this front. Spent a lot of time working on his gits. They look wonderful individually. They really do. They look great individually. You put them all on the table, and they kind of just turn into a series of purple triangles. And it's honestly a little bit of, I don't want to say it's a shame, because it's a great looking army. I love looking at pictures of it, but it might not be the most pleasing when you're actually playing the game. It's certainly not the most pleasing when you aim a camera at them from 5 feet away or so. And he was expressing some frustration that the army he was facing took so much less time to paint, but it looked so much better in that particular context. So learning the areas to focus your energy on, learning the colors to use, learning how to use high contrast, learning how to effectively use dry brushing, freaking triangles. Try playing Orcs in 2nd edition if you want fun. Back when a giant fucking foot could just come out of the sky and stomp on everybody, those were the days. But all that's leading me into talking about the fact that something I have learned over the years is that when you look at a model, 2 of the first things you notice, and this might seem strange to you, is the head and the feet. It is worth spending extra time on the head and the feet, and the points of the shoulders. These are places that the eye is drawn to. You kind of start looking at a model from one of these 2 places. The head or the feet. So it's worth making them look good. You can completely just not paint other parts of the mini and have it not make any difference for its overall look. I would encourage what I call the average viewing distance rule. I say I call it like I invented that. This is a very common thing. Average viewing distance for a tabletop mini for an army is 3 to 5 feet away. Most of us have arms that are in the range of 3 feet, so I recommend every now and then, take your mini and hold it at arm's length and look at it from over here and ask yourself, does this look good? Because this is where you're going to be seeing it most of the time. We can get really lost right here. We can get really lost and is the shade just right? How subtle is the transition from one blend to another? But this, no one's going to notice this when you go down to your local friendly local game store. Yeah, that's the phrase. And again, it's just a matter of knowing why you're painting, what you're painting this mini for, and painting to that purpose. Because then you get guys like Teal Sakiri, who's over there painting for the Golden Demon, and yeah, he's going to spend a lot of time on one model for that. What's up, man, Rofasal? How you doing? Carpet top quality. Oh, man. At any meetup, I'll get, yeah, Dwegham busts out the fucking jeweler's loop, like, let's take a look at that volumetric lighting real quick, let's just get in there. You missed the back of the shield on this militia, sir. Disqualified. And remember that literally any amount of painting is better than no painting. Like, really take that to heart. It's very true. Oh, this guy has exposed fingertips. Let me hit those real quick. Posted a follow-up images of your daughter's painting using my tips. She loved the feedback. Fantastic. I look forward to seeing it. I have 300 inners for units and need more things for my clan unit to stomp. That is a job for dry brushing right there. That's how Rhino powers through so many. Dr. Rhino is an absolute fucking inspiration when it comes to the quality of quantity. And I'm telling you, quantity has a quality all its own. Do not let the perfect be the enemy of the good, friends. And if you wonder sometimes about the guys out there who are doing entire armies very quickly in like non-metallic metal, that's because they've spent an unfucking believable amount of time getting to the point where they can do that without thinking. So if you want to do that, you gotta practice. And you have to accept that a lot of what you do is not gonna look great for a while. Eventually it'll become second nature. But just keep plugging away. Slinging some more oils around, that's how it is. That's how it is, Green Fairy. If it ain't perfect, I don't want it. You can send me those gifts. That's just fine, Maggie. I'll take those off your hands so you never have to experience the shame of looking at your own work ever again. Ever again. Asri, thank you so much for the resub. Hitting that 8-month mark. Damn, Asri. I really appreciate your support. How are you doing today? Oh, Menro Fasol, Forge World models are notoriously shitty. Like, there's... Ugh. Yeah, that's a whole thing. Something amazing happened today. My league opponent and friend gifted me the marine half of Indomitus Sans bikes they were giving away to someone else. Nice. Just gifted? Just for nothing? It's hard to fucking go wrong with a price tag of free, man. That's awesome. Those are some nice models. And a very warm greeting to you as well, Graybeard Ray. I hope you're enjoying that coffee mug. I hope you're not just holding on to it to humor me, but drinking coffee out of it. That would be the best. How's things? It's been a little while, man. I hope that the world at large is treating you as well as it possibly can. It's been a weird couple of years, and it's looking like it's shaping up to be a weird other year also. 2022, if you will. That's awesome, Phaedros. That's really cool, dude. I love this song. I like the lyrical version of it. Automatic Love. I don't know why. This song gets me every time, though. It makes me, like, involuntarily dry hump the air. Not big enough to drink from. My cup is twice the volume. Instead, I keep my desktop minis in it. You know what? As long as it's getting used for something, Graybeard, I'll accept it.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
Where'd it go? I don't want to step on it. Where are you, my militia friend? Oh, there he is. I don't like this new paint holder from Games Workshop. I got one of these new ones, and it just... I have had that happen with this holder more than with any of these holders. Yeah, that's Larry. Poor Larry. He just can't catch a break, can he? They seem to have a similar... Like, the mechanism is obviously very, very similar. I wonder why that keeps happening to me, though. Not a huge fan of the change. I actually like the Citadel paint holders. It's one of their few products that I really do recommend. I use it for these guys because I can't magnetize them the same way that I do the rest of my bases. Giving this guy a little bit of a crew cut. I don't know that these militia were meant to be done with their helmets off because the hair is really, really indistinct on them. In fact, the sculpts for their head are kind of crappy overall. But I do it anyway, and I just sort of paint the hair on. Whatever, it works. They look fine. I'm going to finish doing this step on the remaining two, and then we're going to start the Storm Report. It'll probably be a little bit late. So you guys have a few extra minutes to get entries in if you'd like to. I mean, almost certainly, yes. Kursala. Oh god, 2 in 1 stream to square. Oh no. But then I'm on 9 prescriptions. The pill bottle solution is a classic for a reason. Old tricks tend to be some of the best tricks. Dwig, huh? I guess that's probably true. Yeah, the new mechanism is smaller and not as robust. I like the grip on the new one, too. I know that, like, I'm not really... This one gets so narrow, and I guess the idea is so you can put it between your fingers like this, but I never hold it like this. And I only really use these for my Conquest minis now, because, like everything else, I'm using my magnetic paint grip for. How you doing, Voxel Forge? Welcome in. How them 3D printing digital sculpting projects going for you, Voxel? I like these guys with the little semi-sculpted mohawk. I think they actually come out pretty good when I paint their hair. Can we purchase your grip yet? I'm planning on having that be a thing this week, Manro Fasal. Steel Warrior Studios is doing releases over the next 2 days. The grip should be among them. I delayed it slightly because I wanted to test a version of the top cap that had fewer magnets in it, but I don't actually like it, so... Greybeard Bray, thank you for stopping in, dude. You have a fantastic night. Yeah, really, thank you for stopping in. It's been a little while. It's great to hear from you. I hope you have just a fantastic evening, my friend. But yes, this week, the oil paint palette and the grip will go up. And I'll have a listing stating which magnets you need to make them work and how many. It's a fairly standard 10mm by 3mm magnet. You need a good number of them, but you only need them once, so... A little bit more on my pigment here. Thinned it out a bit too much with the white spirits. There we go. I really like how incredibly opaque and highly pigmented this Terra Rosa is. It's the one thing that has convinced me to maybe try some more of the Winsor & Newton artist oils. They definitely have more pigment to them. But Winton is still treating me fine, and it's just like the price on Winton is just right. Let's see here. Make his hairline a little more complete. Just focus on the back of his neck. Since, again, the hair on these guys is not particularly sculpted in, I end up just sort of making up the hairlines as I go a lot of the time to keep them diverse and relatively interesting. And then I put them all in a mass and nobody ever notices because they're a bunch of militia and who gives a crap because they die in droves. Actually, the bowmen don't. Unless they're facing other archers or I put them in a bad position, the bowmen actually last a good amount of time, so I feel better giving them a good paint job. These ones, as far as militia goes... Let me see if I can pick them up. God, they're so pointy. They're so pointy. These militia tend to die a little bit faster, but they like to get stuck in with their little halberds, and they do not end up lasting particularly long. Maybe try some Lego hair. Yeah, just snap it right on, right? I could 3D print a teeny little Lego connector, drill into their heads, glue it, attach Lego hair, and it would give them an extra point of armor because it's Lego hair. Matt Yee has some of the best ideas I have ever heard. Every idea that he has is a good idea. He's so good at painting and playing games. I always take advice from him and take seriously everything that he says during his streams. He's not a joke at all. Alright, I have to blink. That was too much. It's all creepy, Fade Rat. It's all creepy. Oh my god. Raven Cat. Oh, and the last of the water. The last of the water for you, Dwegham. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Alright, we're almost done here. We are almost done, almost ready to roll on into the storm report. I don't think there's any other exposed skin to do on this guy. Okay. So all those need to sit a little bit before I can do the final steps. Now, a quick analysis of these guys. I want to say how many more steps I have to go before I'm calling these done. I gotta get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 steps. 2 of them are really, really quick final touch-ups, but that'll be 4 of these guys done, and I'll probably finish them later tonight after I have dinner. And we can move on to the next 4. And if I can keep doing roughly 4 a day, if I can get some more paint sessions in this week, get these militia done, next time we do Conquest, we should be able to roll right on into the Household Knights, which are going to be so much more interesting. So much more interesting. I'm just not letting myself do it until the militia are done, because otherwise I'm never going to paint the fucking militia. I'm really happy the fact that we did this with, like, 1, 2, 3, 4 colors and 2 brushes tonight. That's a step in the right direction for me. Alright, folks, give me 1 hot minute. I need to stretch my legs, grab a quick bio break. I will be right back, and when I get back, we're going to roll into the storm report and see what y'all have been sharing with us since last time. Don't go anywhere. Pardon the delay, folks. Let's get back on track. Alright, get my white spirits out of here so I don't pour those in my lap. We have such a great track record tonight in particular of me spilling and inhaling things. I don't wanna tempt fate too much. Really a fan of these 2 flat brushes I've been using. You know, more and more I find myself using flat brushes for oil painting, and it's just kinda fantastic. Put these away. There we go. Let me get this pulled up here. Where my Discord is. There we go. Boop. Get into the Storm Report channel. And here we go.
All right, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Move that Mantic Enforcer out of the way, because I just had this image of myself smashing him with my elbow. Alright. Dude, Matt Yee, honestly, that Sparky emote is one of my absolute favorite things. Here we have, up first from Journeyman, Paint Hour, on his path to being the Artisan Paint Hour 1. I use that emote in like every single fucking chat. I'm sorry, I'll stop getting distracted. It's really something. It's really something, Yee. Look, Dwegham, we don't talk about that, okay? 30 minutes and a tabletop-ready model. Damn, that is a good turnaround. Excuse me, I'm not sure what the exact unit would be from Battletech, but regardless, I'm sure this will add some flavor to my terrain. That's really its only purpose. When I made this shuttle, I made it mostly to be a terrain piece and maybe an objective piece. As far as stats go, I never really considered making a sheet for it. I guess I could, Journeyman Paint Hour. Started with a gray primer coat, used a makeup brush and a slightly lighter gray, hit it with a heavy coat, then just mixed on the wet palette, added some of that onto a dirty brush, and kept on going. The old dirty brush. I think the FDM print assisted in that regard. A super heavy coat of paint didn't obscure details and helped the lines fade without the need for sanding. Took a clean brush, hit it with a light pure white for the edge highlights, and added in the details. Only fancy bit were the engines. Silver on the inside, followed by thinned down Vallejo fluorescent blue, besides giving a good impression of engines on standby, the glow now, too. This is pretty cool. I designed this shuttle largely using inspiration from Mobile Suit Gundam and the civilian shuttles that they had in essentially every iteration of Gundam. They always have shuttles, and they always have scenes of those shuttles taking off from Earth-based spaceports. And this shuttle is very, very similar to a number of ones from Gundam. So, yeah, I'm not sure what it would be in Battletech terms, but I'm sure that we can determine something. Mostly what I focused on when making this was keeping it so that it would print cleanly on an FDM printer without a lot of stair-stepping or weird surfaces, so that you have to do very little prep work before you can paint it. Because the idea is for this to just be placed around the Hextech Aeroplex as flavor on the runways or in the hangars, or really whatever you like. It was sized very specifically to fit inside of the Hextech Aeroplex hangar. Very light civilian dropship. Yeah, something that would carry personnel only, obviously. Like a little bit of cargo, but we're talking like a couple of crates at most. Dwegha? Either way, I like this kind of NASA/Comstar paint job. The black on the outermost area of the fins is really cool, and on the engine intakes, really, really slick work on the gold for that big booster engine that's strapped onto the back. There's 2 versions of this. There are 2 versions of this shuttle in the Hextech Aeroplex. There is with this big old booster and without the big old booster, so you have your choice. Though people really seem to like the one with the booster. I guess it makes sense. If you're going to break orbit, you're probably going to need something with a little bit more oomph Really like the job that you did on the windows there. They pop out pretty nicely for being as small as they are. And of course, little scaling details like the passenger, the embarkation doors here. Lovely. Lovely work, Journeyman Paint Hour. It is... I'll tell you guys something. Just about, like, streaming and sculpting in general. There are a few experiences in all of this, in the combination of art and streaming and community management. There are a few experiences in all of this that never get old. And seeing something that I have sculpted that has gone to someone else and they have printed it and then they have applied their imagination to putting a paint job on it. It seems so simple and so straightforward, and I know it happens a lot at this point because I've made a lot of files, but I'm just floored by it. Every single time I'm floored by it. I love seeing my files get painted, and I guess that's probably a little egotistical. But I don't even care. I feel like that's something I can afford to take pride in. It's wonderful. Vergaderung, yeah, you know what I'm talking about, dude. Your files are fucking killer. Could serve as a Buccaneer-class dropship. Link it up in the Discord if you find one that's a good analog for it, because I'm not familiar enough with the small civilian dropship Sumatha. Alright, let's keep going here. We have from Mafik. I will be away from making world-building art and focus on something that I used to draw, medieval fantasy character design. You thought it's an axe? It's a crowhead mace made from the Rus Sardum in the medieval times. Oh no, I've seen maces like this. Yeah, it has a nasty little puncturing tip on it. I like your style and your proportions applied to the medieval type armor, Mafik. This is pretty cool. I don't know, is that meant to be ring or scale? I guess it could kind of be sold as either one. Breastplate, couple of shoulder point pauldrons here. We have some fouls for the armor. I'm interested to see more of this from you, Mafik, because yeah, we've been mostly seeing your sci-fi world building. It's ring mail, okay. Yeah, so it's mail in general. Ugh, man, yeah, like an Eisenhut with the little bar there and the mail hanging from the crossbar. That's a nice looking helmet. I like the divided heraldry that you have on there too. Yeah, Mafik, if you're doing more medieval stuff, dude, please keep posting. I'm very, very interested. And yeah, got them thick thighs. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if we're doing sci-fi. Doesn't matter if we're doing fantasy. Doesn't matter if we're doing realistic. If it's Mafik, them thighs are gonna be thick, Maddie. Oh, they're gonna be thick. The puffy pants are thicker than the leather. Oh, tell me more about the puffy pants. Mafik, that's fantastic. And guys, I love Mafik's art style. He has his own art channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord. If you want to check out some of the amazing work that he's done, please stop in there and check it out. Thick thighs, stop German spies. What? Oh my god. Okay, here we have from NMO Xander Shade. Completed the 4SP. Didn't realize the yellow metallic would come off a bit with the wash, but thankfully the majority of those errors are not visible at play distance. That is important. I really need to expand my paints with some more Vallejo. Good thing Hobby Lobby has a lot of their acrylic colors line. I can dig it. I like the sort of baby blue that we have going on here. Nice little nameplate on the base. That's an interesting touch, Xander Shade. Where'd you get that? Is that printed into the base? Or is that printed separately and then glued on? Huh. Just rocking them SRMs on this bad boy. Ever since I got a good look at the Hunchback's elbow joint for this sculpt, it bothers me. Like, I try not to look at it because it bothers me so much. Blue and gold is a classic combo. Little splashes of red in there. Hell yeah. Come off a bit with the wash. Why would that happen? Did you let the metallic cure? Like how long did you leave the metallic before you put the wash down is my question. Because if you left it to cure, it shouldn't come off with the wash. unless it's a priming issue. And if it were a priming issue, you would have gone down to plastic a few hours, really, and it still came off with the wash. What metallic are you using? White Rook's hunchbacks have almost Atlas arms. I haven't looked at his. He's got a lot of sculpts at this point. Because, yeah, that shouldn't happen. And if it was an adhesion issue, I would think that you would go right down to plastic, but it sounds like just the paint came off. Hobby Lobby Tempura. I am not familiar with that paint. It's possible that it just needed more time to cure. Honestly, I'm not sure. That's hard to say. Either way, it came out looking nice. Oh, here we have from Darkheart X9, almost battle-ready army. Man, you have been working your ass off on these Grey Knights. Look at them all. Look at those Dread Knights. Look at those baby carriers coming together, and even a Grey Knight Land Raider. I've always liked the look of the Grey Knight tanks with those big red panels with the stark white heraldry on them. Tempura is a water-washable paint. It's not good. Okay, so it probably... yeah. It just got essentially dissolved by the wash. In that case, then Cerberus Cull. So, Xander Shade, that's going to come down to just using probably a more specialized metallic paint. Yeah, I figured it was probably just like a craft paint. It's not that you can't do good work with craft paint, but you definitely wind up fighting against its idiosyncrasies more than you do using specially formulated hobby paints. Yeah, the wash would have just reactivated it, essentially. I would think if you left it long enough, the medium would have to cure out somewhat. It's not an acrylic base and always fragile. Okay, so then the trick here, Xander Shade, is stop using that paint. I think that's ultimately the answer. Got a Vallejo metallic gold, used that on the Brokeback 4P, turned out a lot better. Yeah, I would imagine that it did. Be sharing that in the based Atlas next Storm Report. I look forward to seeing it, Xander Shade. I look forward to seeing that a lot. Goddamn Darkheart. You absolute madman. Considering that you weren't even really into this hobby until fairly recently, you have churned out so much work, it's fucking crazy. You're so close to being done, but you know what I expect, Darkheart. Are some detail shots of each and every one of those bad boys as you get them done. Better get that camera warmed up, bro. Better get your backdrop ready. Here we have from Ravencat working on some more Lunar, and oh, that brings it together. Oh, that brings it together, doesn't it? The hammer and sickle. Oh, lordy lord. I like it. I like it a lot. I like the basing that you did, too, to get that kind of, like, lunar dust thing going on. This whole game seems fun to me. Ruskies are done. NASA dudes coming next. That definitely explains the yellow coloration to the suits. And the red striping. I wasn't sure exactly what factions are in Lunar. I guess it makes sense that they would be largely based on the Cold War. Or, you know, the space race, as it were. Tempura is not a great paint. Why some classic paintings didn't survive and required heavy restoration. Huh. Okay. I have another pick lower on the report of some leg details on the Dread Knights. Alright, I'm looking forward to seeing that. Is there a new Dread Knight coming out? I feel like I saw a Hero Dread Knight, but I'm not sure if that was a fan kit bash or an official one. I know they've been releasing a lot of new previews lately. Cheap and fit the bill for the cost. Well, you know, sometimes that's what you gotta do for terrain, Cerberus. Russian cosmonauts, Chinese taikonauts, US astronauts, and freelance space dudes, for some reason all delivered in voice of cosmonaut. No explanation. Moving on. Here we have from DFW Dweg. Oh, my first two Feudal Guard. These are such fucking cool prints. Minis are from Reptilian Overlords, Mercenaries, and Militia and Sci-Fi expansion packs. No hidden Thunderhead quotes this time. A little scary that those exist at all. Oh, these are neat. Oh, these are neat. I have a real soft spot for kettle helms. For Eisenhut. Iron hats. They're one of my favorite medieval style helmets. I love the combination here of the hanging mail armor, the sort of leather tunic that he's got on, the almost flintlock looking las gun, and then the sci-fi tubing. This is this is cool. These are cool. These are very, very cool minis. Reptilian Overlords has done some truly fantastic work. And they have a lot of Feudal Guard parts. Very nice, Dweghom. Very, very nice indeed. How many are you doing? Dweghom, I wonder, are you doing like a full-size 40k force of them, or are you doing like a kill team of them? You can still get a good number of guardsmen in a kill team. I have a Chaos Guardsman kill team that are meant to look like the Blood Pact from Gaunt's Ghosts, and I was impressed at how many models I could fit into a list. Right up until I came up against a kill team of Custodes, and a single model killed half of my team in one round, and that was a little, well, thematic. I guess it was thematic, is technically what it was. They are supposed to be like 9-foot tall supermen. But also, fuck the fucking Custodes. Oh my god, you have to try so hard just to kill one of them. It's so frustrating. The only time I ever got that particular player back was when I was playing my Death Guard, and I just got really lucky on disgustingly resilient rolls. It was just like, we'll see if I die. Nope. Rinse and repeat upwards of 15 times. It's an interesting time for them to do that, Dweghom, considering Gaunt's Ghosts, they're releasing an official line of Gaunt's Ghost minis, aren't they? I thought I saw that a little while ago. That Games Workshop is doing actual styrene Gaunt's Ghosts. If people can encourage Reptilian Overlords to do Blood Pact or Sons of Sec, I would be way more into that. I would be way more into someone doing Blood Pact or Sons of Sec. Those are so fucking cool. Talking about Warhammer, what's happening? You know what? It was really get words coming out of my mouth in an order that makes sense. What's really going to blow your mind, Matt Yee, is when I wind up painting my Kroot kill team here before long. Because I've had them for a long time, and I keep meaning to paint them. Plus, I have the Booby Kroot. There's a Booby Kroot from Artel W minis? Yeah. He's got Blood Pact since forever, I think. Does he? Wait. He does, because I have them. I think I'm just thinking Sons of Sec. Yeah, because hang on, I've actually got one of them. As soon as you said that, I remembered it. Fuck. Well, he's not here, but he's someplace. Sons of Sec would be neat, though. I'd be into that. But yes, Artel W Minis has a female Kroot with large, genetic glands. she has immense carnivore storage units, huge tracts of land. It's a cool model. It is genuinely a cool model. Genetic enhancements, yes. Well, you know, the Kroot come to resemble whatever they eat. So I assume that she just worked her way through 9 to 10 Hooters restaurants. And this is what we wound up with. It's really not her fault. Oh, Datron. Oh, it's a really cool model, though, and I do intend to paint that up along with some other Kroot, the forgotten faction of Warhammer 40k. I still wish, like, I know Gene Stealer Cultists got their own faction recently. I wish they'd do the same for Kroot. The Kroot are easily one of the most interesting factions in the entirety of Warhammer 40k. Interesting races in the entirety of Warhammer 40k. I don't even find the Tau particularly interesting, but the Kroot, I've always liked them. I admittedly had some really good experiences early on when the Kroot released in the early 2000s that I think probably colored my perception. Cajun Beauty, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in, Cajun Beauty. How have you been? How are things? It's good to see you. Dweghom, have a fantastic evening, man. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Coming down here, we have from Drakari. These are the concept sketches for one of 2 digital models. I was supposed to get done this month, very far behind on that goal. Planning to put some more work in on the model tomorrow. We'll post screenshot when the stream starts. This size when printed. A big fellow here. Okay, we got a start of a dramatic pose over here. Oh, he's a big robotic sumbitch with some big nasty shoulders on him too. Alright, so he's gonna be like, compared to this guy, like 8-9 feet tall. He's a large fellow. Okay. Well, I'm very curious to see where you are with this, so I'm interested to get to the next Drakari post. Here we have from Wheezy. I'm 95% finished with my Con Guard. I'm really happy with them. I had fun with the process today. I spent hours adding tons of decals, and I think they help finish off the forest. Decals are a wonderful finishing touch. Every single time I see the CGL spider, I fall in love over again. It's such a good looking mini. Like, I've got my little quibbles and complaints here and there about the new sculpts. Like, I don't think the new Archer is particularly great. There have been some funny things about the Black Knight Clan Buster. The Atlas has some funny little things about it. The Crab's cockpit makes no goddamn sense. But for all of my complaints, I think they're all washed away by just how sleek the new Spider looks. The only thing that kills me is because I'm a big fucking nerd, I struggle to run spiders since I always play 30-25. And if we're going by 30-25 availability, there are like 10 spiders left in the galaxy. Like, there really aren't many left by 30-25. Manufacturing capability is nil, and most of them have been destroyed and are in private collections. It's such a good looking mech, though. All in all, what a wonderful looking force. Damn. Effective white, good panel lining, good shading, love the little splashes of color here and there, and the decals definitely add that final touch of interest. I love what you've done with the antennas too. You put in that extra work to keep them interesting and to scale them properly, and they just look fantastic. They just look fantastic. Cajun Beauty, I'm literally like, I got a package into my P.O. box. I got a notification earlier today, and I've been trying to send you a Home for Wayward Paints starter set, and I'm sorry that it's taken so long. I ran out of basic colors like black and white, and it's been really hard to build kits without them, but I'll have you one here soon. Cajun Beauty, and it'll have a mixture of a few different brands so you can get a taste for them and see which ones you like. I try to get them out quicker, but I found that with the Home for Wayward Paints program, I ran out of the blacks and whites very fast. I have lots of other colors, but blacks and whites I go through quick. Please do, Darkheart. I'd thoroughly appreciate it. Well, yeah, there's that Datron Voltari, but the trick is don't get hit. Have lots of evasion. Pained by the fact I have to play a pretty late era, since that's when many of my favorite mech variants are from Automat. I feel that. Here we have from Unexpected painting this Blessed Claw of Ziskal for an upcoming mental health charity giveaway. Details to be determined. I'm helping PSK Studio, who's a great dude. I think the gold is close. Cloth needs touches, but it's getting there. Won't be around for the report. But you all have a wonderful night. Extra wonderful, since we're getting to see your resplendent dinosaur, man. Unexpected. I've seen a number of people paint this particular bust, and it comes out, every artist does it their own way. I am loving the yellow-red contrast here, though. That NMM gold is stunning. It's almost not gold, it's almost more brassy than gold, is kind of how it's reading to me, which I really, really approve of. Vibrant, though, and that red is deep and wonderful. The little splash of blue in the fabric goes a long way. This is a fairly simple paint scheme for Unexpected, but Unexpected does a really, really good job with visually interesting color palettes. Red, blue, gold, kablam, all the details are going to stand out. I'm going to include a few of ours in the back. Kursala, if you would, yes, please. Very, very much, please. I would absolutely love to get some more from you. Looks like it walked out of an HD remake of Star Fox Adventures, like a new design for the Red Eye King. I could buy that. Do a barrel roll. Okay, here we have from Shock21. I present the evolution of a snowman. Not from this storm, but a few years ago in similar conditions when it just wouldn't stop snowing. Well, we have he's a jolly little snowman. He's got his little buttons like he's wearing an invisible coat. He looks so happy, and then, oh no, oh, what happened? Oh god, it snowed again. Oh, kill me. By the time we get to the third panel. It's terrible. Terrible what happened to this snowman. This is a fairly, like, I don't think I've ever built the stereotypical snowman quite like this one. Did you use a carrot for the nose, and in this one the carrot has drooped down, and in this it's just all consumed. Kill it with fire. It's the only way to be sure. Here we have from Bridget Wolf. Saw a tutorial for this origami model on YouTube earlier and had to dig out my kami paper and give it a go. Behold! Origami crab box. Oh my god, it is a little crab, isn't it? Well, that's adorable. Pictured encroaching existential dread. Yeah. This is like me in 2020, me in 2021, me in 2022. Oh no. Oh no. That's pretty nice. I'm terrible at folding paper. I've tried it in the past, and I just have these big, horrible honklin sausages on the ends of my fleshy manipulation pads, and they don't do well with it. It ends up with far more folds than are necessary, and nothing fits together quite right, and none of the lines are straight. It's awful. It has a little top on and everything. What are you gonna put in the crab box, I think is the question. Ultimately, Techno Sugar. What goes in the crab box? Well done. Well replicated. Here we have from Asri, Gardas Ginger Soul, the less famous cousin of Gardas Steel Soul, slammed his fist into the ground, and Sigmar's lightning deposited him amongst his flame-haired brethren. This will do, he said, while surveying his troops. Those bloody elves won't know what hits them. Standing tall, he called out, "To arms, Ginger Legion! Let the last thing these vile traitors see be the flowing crimson locks of Sigmar's justice!" Somewhere, deep in the heart of the mortal realms, something stirred. A new fear. Stormcast Eternals project is done for now. Always a great feeling to have an army finished. Nothing in wargaming beats saying, "I'm done with these and now it's time to play." Oh my god, I think I've said that a whole 2 times in the history of my time with wargaming. Oh no. Oh god. God damn it, Vergatarum. Oh my god. You realize what it does to my brain when you make references to that shit? You can't leave it empty. You have to put something back in. It's bad luck. What the fuck was she talking about? What? It's a magical day. It's a magical day. This is a wonderful looking army. Speaking of, here we go, Matt Yee, since you're here. Speaking of effective paint jobs on the tabletop, look at this. This is a good choice of basing, too. This is a wonderful choice of basing. I love the little splashes of red hair and red crests. The blue stands out really nice against the armor because you gave the armor a little bit of warmth, so all of the cool colors pop against it. We've got that yellow and pale green in the base. The minis all stand out wonderfully. This is an army that is going to look good on the tabletop together. Blue and gold Storm Chads. I figured you would appreciate a fellow Storm Chad enjoyer. Magic. Magic. It's a magical day. I've got to get that clip. I've got to go into that DVD and pull out a few clips that we're going to have from now on, just to confuse people. I enjoyed painting. It was a lot of fun. I can tell, Asri, you really kind of... The fact that we got a couple of little bits of creative writing to go with the last few posts, the amount of thought that you put into your color choices, your characters, like, it seems like you had fun painting it, and that is... I mean, I'll give you, these new Stormcast models are really good to paint. They're painters' models. They're made to be painted. Which you can't say the same for every model from every war game, but Games Workshop really does know what they're doing. As much shit as I give them, they know what they're doing. And they've really refined the Stormcast look a lot. I painted some of the original Stormcast, the rectangular Stormcast, and they just never looked as good as these new, more slender ones do. Long pointy spears and dragons are an absolute nightmare to transport and move. I was just thinking that looking because I noticed this guy here and this guy here, and I'm like, be careful. That's gonna be a little rough. A little rough. But at least they're styrene. They'll be fairly durable, as long as you don't catch them on something without realizing it. Here we have from to Square. Get out of here, Stalker! Did up the details for the Stalker. The really tiny LRM missile tips and the really rounded SRM ones are a pain, aren't they always? I like this. I like how much lighter it gets out towards the tip of the Stalker and that we have more shading towards the back. It lends a lot of visual interest and contrasts the fuselage. I am loath to call this a torso. I realize that it is a torso on the Stalker, but I am loath to call it such. It's much more of a fuselage. This came out nice. This came out real nice. I like the deep shadows down in the crevices. I like the kind of dirty looking legs. This is simple but effective. This is simple but effective. Yeah, it's a Zeppelin. It's Tritanium Zeppelin. Endosteel Zeppelin. What a band. It's a walking boob. My god, what kind of boobs are... Amish Stig, what... Are you sure you've seen a boob? It's, What does the boob feel like, Amish Stig? Does it feel like bags of sand? That's... Yee. Really nice job on this, though. Squared. It's, your method has really come together. The simple basing works for it. We gotta get one of them group shots. Squared. You got a lot of these bad boys at this point. Don't overthink it. Yeah, just giggle. Just giggle. Mr. Altier, first gunpla in, I want to say 5 years. A little rusty, but I like how it came out. I don't see any rust. What are you talking about? Damn, these kids are nice. The posing on, like, I'm consistently impressed at. Now this is Barbados. Everyone always fucking criticizes my pronunciation of this mech. I say Barbados. Barbie. Gundam Barbie. But I have that right. Yeah, this is the one from Iron-Blooded Orphans. Itty bitty heat sinking capacity. Stalkers are B-29s with legs. Yeah, I'd buy that, actually. They do look quite a lot like it. Lupus. Wait, which one is Lupus? Is it from Iron-Blooded Orphans? I haven't finished Iron-Blooded Orphans. Still, to this day, I have not finished it. I really like the show, but for whatever reason, I just haven't sat down to finish it. I think I got through Season 1 and started part of Barbados Lupus. It's never Lupus. Thank you, Stig. a fellow house enjoyer, I see. Okay, so this is something that it's an upgrade that it gets later on. I'm gonna say, because some of the parts I didn't quite recognize, but I wasn't sure. I recognized the head. Lovely. Lovely build. Very clean, good panel lighting, and excellent posing. Mr. Altier, thank you for sharing. Here we have from Zombie Brush Studios. Got some work started in between work and dad duties to get the first arm started on Krieg from Borderlands 2. Keep your chin up so I can smash it with a hammer. I'm sure that there's an accent or a voice to go with that, but I haven't played Borderlands 2, so I can't do it right. Oh, that skin is coming together well. Oh, man. The skin and the wraps are looking fucking primo. Look at the cel-shaded detailing. Oh, this is lovely. Lovely. Lovely work, Zombie Bro. This is, it looks good, but I'm telling you guys, this is just indicative of the overall level of quality and style that Zombie Brush brings to almost every mini that he does. Almost every mini that he does. This is an artist that is absolutely worth checking out, and he's been doing more streams lately, too. You want to give that man a follow. Here we have from Larabic, back to some fantasy work-in-progress mangler squigs and a colossal squig to be used as a giant for my savage orc tribe. Models by Gorks Sculpts. Look at that big, beautiful son of a bitch. I like these. Yeah, meatballs. Big ol' angry meatballs. These... I don't know why I like squigs as much as I do, but I appreciate the proportions this sculptor has put in. I love the way this one, like his jaw... See, it's a subtle thing. I guess it's not really that subtle, it's over the top. But you see how his teeth are angled inward? They're like an inverted triangle. And then the teeth on the bottom are all angled outwards. It's so cartoonish, and you have this laughably gigantic lower jaw and then these inward angled top pointy teeth. It creates such a hilarious overall shape. Makes me think of the pinky from, I mean, you know, they technically the pinkies have arms, but they're not much of an arm. Particularly Face Eater Squigs. Collage finished. Upload tomorrow when I wake up. Speaking of, good night all. Xander Shade, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight, dude. Thank you for contributing to the Storm Report. I hope you have a fantastic evening. I like how this guy's got some mushrooms growing on his back. That's a nice touch. Big old tongue lolling out the side. And this gentleman here with his teeth that are basically sticking straight out from his big mutated distended jaw. I love how deep he's made the mouths so you can really get the cheek meat. These are good. These are good. I can't wait to see those painted, Larabic. I cannot wait to see those painted. Oh, here we have from... Oh, that's Drakari again. Work in progress, Angel Paladin. Basic concept. The Angel group it belongs to inherit a planet that had a technologically advanced race on it. Those people vanished. The Angels don't know why or how, but they find their stuff everywhere. As they go around, they assume that things they find near each other are meant to be used together. The first Paladin found a forklift mech transporting antique shields and football flags, and this is meant to be their resulting creation. Strapping the shields to the arms and legs and stringing the flags up on the wings. Not nearly as far along in this guy as I hoped, but maybe he'll be ready to print mid-next month. Huh. It's an interesting concept. Paladin with human scale model in front of Mass Effect 2 Ymir battlesuit reference proportions. Front and side. In the right quarter view. Oh, I see. Huh. Okay. Very interesting and unique concept. And a 3D file that I'll be very curious to watch the progress of. You've got the basics of it blocked out in the proportions, which I honestly find the proportions to be some of the most time-consuming details. Just getting everything broadly where you want it. Establishing where your joints are going to be. Detailing, as long as you have some art and good concepts to work from, Drakari can go much, much faster. But please keep us posted on that. Oh, here we have from the joy of painting minis, trying to figure out what to do with the gun and the base. Any feedback, welcome overall. The gun and the base. So we have an interesting kind of... The gray is interesting. It has, like, purple tone to it, sort of a warmth. We've got these lovely teal... stones studding our Wraith Guard here. I like the fade from the orange into the purple on the head, and I like the fade from the orange into the purple on the body overall. It's a nice repeated pattern. Honestly, the weapon kind of works as it is. Like, you know, put a little bit more love into it, shade it a little bit more. I would maybe repeat the green that we have on the various soul stones on some of the options we have here on the weapon. As for the base, it's against orange. I almost feel like... And it depends on if you want to go for like an Earth-like planet or something a little bit more interesting. But if these are your colors, if you textured it and put down a few simple rocks and then worked up a deep blue into sort of a jade highlight across just a rocky dirt texture, and then maybe throw in, if you felt like putting on some plants or tufts or anything, do that in kind of like a yellow, maybe? I'm just thinking that orange would look really, really good next to like a deep sea blue, or like a P3 coal black, or a jade color. And that would kind of repeat the color that you have in the soul stones, which I think balancing them with one other detail would be nice. I don't know, you've got a really cool color scheme here. And you definitely want a base that's going to complement it, so I think that mostly what you need to focus on is an interesting contrast with that orange. So you don't want like desert yellow. You could get away with a basic red-brown with a lot of grass, just because the green would help. But if you're looking for something more interesting, I'm thinking like a jade obsidian desert kind of thing. It would look pretty cool. Definitely leaning into the blue-green. Has some yellow tufts, and I could do jade or something for rock. Give that a try. I would say try it on one of them, Joy of Painting minis, and see how you like it. This is always the best way to find out if it's going to work. I'd love to see when you get that done, though. This is a really cool scheme for Eldar. Damn it, all the new Eldar releases have me thinking about painting Eldar. This is something I haven't thought about in like 10 years. Painting Eldar? What the fuck is wrong with me? But I like the new sculpts. I've always thought Craft World Eldar were pretty cool. Trying to find some DIY tutorials for bricks and stuff too, so I can make my own. What kind of bricks, Cajun Beauty? For like basing? There are definitely some out there for doing them cast in like crafting putties and stuff like that. 5 Wraithguard, each has a different color gun currently. I actually like this bone color. I think this can work if you add a little bit more color to it. Eldar Corsairs coming soon. Yeah, I know, they look fucking neat too. The new Dark Reapers are... the Dark Reapers are getting shit, and I'm like, I'm starting to think I have just garbage taste, just in general, because I actually really like them. I think that their helmets look cool. I like the almost cartoonish skull faces they have on them because they look alien. I get so fucking sick of the realistic skulls on literally everything. Like, if you want realistic skulls, go play Space Marines. They've got like 9 models now with skulls for faces. Keeping the Dark Reapers a little bit more stylized is a strength, in my opinion. Here we have from Hamburg Tech, almost finished painting some Word of Blake mechs this week. Just need to do a little highlight, dry brushing, and any feedback on them is welcome. I love the fade on the legs. That's cool. It's this color scheme is hard to do. This color scheme is hard to do for the same reason that red and green is hard to do. And it's because when you do red and green in the wrong combinations, all I see are Christmas elves. And when you do this yellow red, this very kind of saturated red next to yellow, it's very easy to see McDonald's. it's a color combination that has been so co-opted by a corporate entity in so many aspects of life that I'm programmed to see it. But that said, I mention this because this did not do that right away. And that bodes well. I think the splash of blue for the cockpits is definitely helping. You've chosen a number of mechs here where it's hard to see their cockpits, between the Black Knight and the Crab, with its cockpit being at the tip of the torso for some reason now. This actually works pretty nicely. You said you're gonna do some dry brushing. Now it looks like these colors might have gotten a little washed out from the lighting. I can just tell that because of how much glare there is off the front one here. But I'll be curious to see what they look like with the dry brushed highlights to pick out the panel lines a little bit more. I might toss a brown wash, like a deep brown wash, not towards the tips of the barrels, but towards where the barrels meet the weapons, just to give them a little bit of a gradient that could add a little bit more interest. I love the deep maroon up to red fade we have from the legs going up. That is lovely. That is just lovely. One thing I might say is if you're going to do weathering on them, there's this bright white desert basing that you have going on. A little bit of weathering pigment around the joints of the feet would go a long way. A long way towards making these look like they're really in their environment, you know? But overall, I'm digging it. It's a nice, vibrant blue you have going on. How you doing, Grim Nation Hobbies? It's good to see you. We've been doing oil painting. We worked on oil painting up 4 of these Militia guys earlier. But don't worry, Grim Nation. We'll have plenty more where that came from. How you doing today, man? It's good to see you. My favorite color scheme to use, red, gold, and green, have to be the Blood Elves faction colors from WoW. You know, that's less bad, though. Like, Blood Elves faction color from WoW is not going to be as universally noticeable as, oh, you painted some Christmas elves, which happens every single time I try to do red and green together. It's absolutely terrible. Alright, coming down here we have from Furion5. Last guy in a 10-man squad, pretty happy to complete the unit. Look at that. Oh, shit! This is better than I expected it to be based on the thumbnail. This is some clean work. Yeah. This is real clean. I want to say that this is part of the reason that I'm actually glad for the shift in focus for the heavy metal paint jobs that they put on the boxes for 40k, because this Ultramarine could be on a box selling you Primera Space Marines. That's how clean our edge highlights are here. Clean and effective. The basing looks wonderful too. I love the combination of the dirt, rocks, and grass in just the right proportions. The drilled bolter barrel is a wonderful... You know, like, I'm serious. This Ultramarine... The gold looks so good. The gold is so clean. Like, are there other techniques you could do to make it pop more, add more interest? Like, absolutely. But this is one of the best executions of the fundamentals of effective edge-highlighted paint jobs. Like, this is really nice looking. The leather came out good. The blue looks really good. The gold pops and still reads as metallic. The weapon edge highlights are good. Like, I like this. I like this a lot. And the lensing you've done on the eyes. If I were gonna, because I like to do this sometimes when I see a paint job that I like a lot, is just for the sake of giving useful critique, just pick one thing that could be done better. Looking at something that I love, pick something that I don't love, just so I have something to contribute. So if I had to criticize this, if you put a gun to my head and said, criticize this work, I'd say you can go with a brighter red for the eye lens. Because you've done extremely fine work with the lensing, with the red up front and the bit of glare in the back of the eye. But the red looks a little desaturated. It kind of fades into the eye a little bit more, and the eye overall would look better if you brought that red up a little bit more, a little brighter. A little brighter, yeah, more illuminated lensing. And that's one of the only critiques I have for this. I'd love to see the old school red guns come back. Yeah, I know what you mean, Darkheart. I'm a fan of that 90s Ultramarines aesthetic myself. This is, again, incredibly clean. I would say, I'd buy this work as professional. This is excellent. You could put this on a Games Workshop box and sell minis based on it, and the only thing I would do differently is probably a little bit more red in the eyes, just to grant that pop. I love that little bit of red with my Ultramarines. I think it really makes the rest of the model come out nice. I want to see this whole unit. I want to see this whole damn unit. You say, this is the last guy in a 10-man squad, Furion5. I demand quality pictures of the whole squad. I want to see the whole damn thing. Please share that with us. Try that on the next one? Yeah. And honestly, I love that that's what you took from it, because when I give critique on models, I very rarely want people to go back to the same model and continue their work. This one looks fucking great. Just push it a little bit on the next one, because that keeps you moving forward and painting more models. It's a good trick. Please share more Furion5. I'd love to see the rest of the unit. Here we have from White Wolf Setup Sunday. Hubby claims it isn't a printer because there's nowhere to put paper edition. Oh, that's idiot. Oh my god. Progress continues on the Voron Trident 300 build, with the build plate more or less sorted out, although I'll have to glue the magnet and heater down at some point, because you know heater beds work better that way. Yeah, it's true. Plate is temporarily sort of in place in photo because, hey, why not? Oh yeah, belts are tensioned. Those were fun. fun to run, especially through the front idlers. They'll be trimmed in a bit, but for now it's belt spaghetti blurring out the front of the carriage. Would have gotten further, but annoyingly, Formbot sent me M2.5 12mm screws for the Dragon hot end. Well, I actually need M2.5 by 8. Oh, that's never fun. I mean, if you're gonna have a 3D printer White Wolf, you should have a box of just general metric screws. You can buy big sets of them. I highly recommend picking that up. Assuming it's a bolter. Yeah, no, that's definitely a bolter. It's a bolt rifle, I think, these days, but bolter's a bolter as far as I'm concerned. Howdy, Ocoral. How you doing today? The Discord link doesn't work. Does it really? I thought I regenerated that. Is it the Discord link that's in the panels that doesn't work, or the Discord link in chat that doesn't work? Okay, so maybe it's the Discord panel on the stream that's not working. If that's true, I'll address that tonight and get that fixed. Sorry about that. The ! Discord link in chat should work. Eevee for scale. No banana for Thunderhead. I demand bananas, damn it. So many projects. So many projects, and then this monstrosity of a printer. Oh my god. You realize that if your prints are anything but absolutely magnificent, we are absolutely gonna give you shit, White Wolf. If they're anything but perfect, we're gonna pick on every little zit, every little Z-seam, just every little thing. We're gonna be like, oh, look, the print. No, that surface isn't perfectly smooth. It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be a meme. Just the worst. Panels in the About Me. I'll fix that, Karu. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Perfection won't hold you back from giving shit. No, I'll make something up. You're absolutely correct. At this point, there's been so much buildup, I'll just invent problems to have. I'm not even going to pretend that I won't. It's a wonderful looking build, though, White Wolf, and I can't wait to see the first thing to roll off of it. In that case, given the way the weapon's supposed to work, maybe a hair of charring around the inner lip of the gun's barrel tip. That's so fine, though, Sumitha. Like, that kind of work is so fine. When I look at that mini, I see a mini that is meant for the tabletop. And the only reason that I want to push the saturation on the eye is to make it more visible at average play distance, whereas charring on the bolter tip would not be visible from average play distance. I'm not saying it wouldn't look good, I'm just saying for the paint job, I feel like it's not the most effective way to spend your time. Yeah, I know the feeling, Sumitha. You're like, I'm trying to find something to have a problem with so that I'm not just saying, mini good, look great. Like, that's not that's not the most helpful thing. Here we have from Verga, mini shiny, me like 'em. Here we have from Vergatarung. Nothing really new here for me since I've been staying at work for the last 3 days during the blizzard. Yikes. Perks of working for a hotel. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. I did design up some tiny bases with circular recesses for 6mm infantry models to use as ejected pilots for Battletech. Well, look at those adorable little shits. Look at those little fellas. They're about to get stomped on by one of the most diminutive and shitty mechs in all of Battletech, and isn't that sad? Like, I love what you did with the antennas, by the way, Verg. Adding those in, it brings back the classic profile that head is supposed to have. Those look fucking great. Hey, little guys. Yo. Individually based 6mm infantry. I like tiny things. I like tiny things, Vergatarung, but damn. So you're gonna use them for like when a mech pilot ejects, like put them on the field and have them move around, maybe capture or kill them? I could get on board with that. That's a fun idea. This is why mech dropships have clean your feet at the mech cockpit. Yeah, scrape the opposition off your fucking treads, guys. Tiny dudes. Really looking nice there, Vergatarung. And this is the one I can't wait to see fucking painted. This is such a cool use of the sculpt with the jump jet charging pose. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I've seen the rules for it. I don't know that I've seen many people make models for it or use it all that much. Oh, here we have from Darkheart a closer look at the legs on those Dreadnought. Oh man, those bases look good. Where are these bases from? These look familiar to me. I feel like I've seen them somewhere. They work particularly well for these Dread Knights. I love the use of big red. This is one of the most underdone things on Grey Knights. It's in the official artwork, but I feel like most people just ignore it and go straight for all silver. But big, bold, red and white panels. And I love how you've done them motley here. With the white on the bottom, red on the top, red on the bottom, white on the top. That's cool as hell. That's some good work. That's some good work, Darkheart. I want to see those boys assembled. That looks fucking fantastic. Green Stuff World. Okay, that's it. That's why I recognized it. Yeah, because it's their rollers that they have. What is on my arm? Did I stab myself? I jabbed myself with something and I didn't even notice. I'll have to address that in a minute. Oh, coming down. Here we have from Kursala. I haven't gotten much hobby work done lately, but I have finalized the new stains we're offering. 2 more that didn't make it into the picture. One hadn't been named yet, and the other hadn't been thought up. I think that's forgivable. Mud, oil spill, rusting clay pan, lava flow, olive oil, sunlit path, caustic ooze, dragonfly, icy depths, mulberry stone, and thunderclap. Oh my god. The thunderclap. Wait, I have a thing for this. But I have to do this. Oh, it's so awkward.
Ass crackling thunder spunk. Yeah!
You're really focused
There
in
it
your
is.
head, but your camera
There it is.
not.
You tell me what to do. Alright, let's go back. Some nice looking new colors. I particularly like this kind of... The olive oil has sort of an ice yellow look to it. The sunlit path has a nice saturated orange tone, almost school bus yellow. I'm looking forward to getting my hands on a few of these bad boys, and that looks nice too. Oh, I do like that rich red purple. That is absolutely a favorite. We're going to be doing some more work with Rainy River Designs paints this year. I'm going to be making a point to do some painting sessions where we're using almost exclusively Rainy River, just to see what we can do with it. Big Rozer, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. And welcome to the Storm Chasers. Here we have up next. And guys, by the way, you can always find out more about Rainy River Designs paints from our own Kursala and Data Nerd and their wonderful paints. You can exclamation point Rainy River in chat to get a link over to their site. They've got acrylic paints. They have flocking and basing materials. They have Thunderhead Studio mugs, hoodies, and t-shirts. You might want to check those out too. But definitely go check them out. Here we have from White Wolf, again, hopefully an upcoming project in the near future. I've always liked the sheer look of her sculpt, as well as the I'm so gonna kick your ass look. What I'm really liking though, whoa boy, she's a lot taller than I was originally expecting, and needless to say, I'm looking forward to painting her. Yes, me not only painting a female model, but also one that's, mostly, but not quite Steela's level of sky-clad. Steela likes butts. Censored as a precautionary measure. Sure, certain things are technically covered, but it's better to play it safer. I do appreciate that. Model is White Werewolf Tavern's Oleana in 75mm scale, and yeah, she's a decent height. Doubly so when you add in her stairs, which just finished on the printer Eevee for scale. Ooh, Wolf Lady. That's a really nice... That's a pretty fucking cool print. I don't think I've seen it with the full body before. Hell yeah. Get after it. Get after it. I want to see this bad boy painted. Really nice detailing on the legs too. Excellent study in anatomy with the hip bones and everything. I love it. White Wolf Tavern is awesome stuff. I need to look at the rest of that because I've only seen 1 or 2 from that. Texturing on the spear tip is just an optical illusion, or no, I think that's part of it. It looks like it's meant to be like chipped stone. So it definitely has some texturing and chips out of it. Oh, here we have from Manro Fasal. Follow up on my daughter's piece and an ultramarine I have been working... Damn it, that hurts. When did I do that? Sorry. Follow up my daughter's piece and ultramarine I have been working on. Okay, yeah, she's working the blues in there. That's nice. We have a little bit more depth to the gold. What is the plan for the swords? I kind of like them in black, actually. The fur definitely has more interest, and I appreciate the effort that's been gone to here to do, like, texturing on it. That's pretty nice. Excellent job on the eyes. Those pop out wonderfully. And then down in the corner, we have Marneus Calgar. Did Marneus Calgar get Primarised? Is that a thing that's happened? It looks like he got Primarised, because he's got Primaris leg plates on here. And it looks like he's wearing Gravis armor the more I look at him. He did? Oh, man. Poor Primarnius Calgar. Solid work. Solid work. I really like how saturated and bright the blue is that you're using for highlights here. And yeah, this is like, okay, really, the eyes are what's standing out to me now. Wonderful contrast and a good use of a color that isn't really being used elsewhere on the figure. The fur texturing's definitely coming through. Painting fur is, like, I was going to say this right now. Painting fur on a smooth surface is difficult. Painting black, sheer fur on a flat surface is one of the more difficult tasks in, like, bust painting. That is asking for trouble. But I'd say that it comes through pretty damn well in this case. This is a case where I would say don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I wouldn't focus too much more on this model. If she wanted to, she could come back in, throw like a black wash on the silver coins to give them a little bit of depth, throw like a brown wash over our gold parts to do the same. But at this point, I would say do some finishing touches on this bad boy here, put it on your shelf, enjoy it, and encourage her to move on to the next figure. Because there are things that she has learned on this one that should be applied moving forward, and it can be so much more enriching starting from scratch. Love the eyes. The eyes came out wonderfully. The only thing I might do with the eyes is lengthen the pupils. Lengthen the pupils down into more like slits, just to give it more of a cat-like appearance. That's maybe the only change that I would make, and you could do that fairly quickly, because the vibrancy in the color is just, ooh. Ooh, that's fantastic. Made her test the eyes on the circles. Yeah, no, that's a great idea. They came together really wonderfully. Black fur is almost as much fun as fur on an albino. Oh, he's being sarcastic. But Calgar is dead. Was he? Is Calgar? I missed that too. I never really paid that much attention to Ultramarines lore. Calgar's looking nice, though. That's definitely... I love that blue. I love that blue, man, bro. Well done. Here we have from White Wolf. This just in, literally. Print recently finished, and I don't have much time to clean and cure it, or don't have time to clean and cure it before the Storm Report cutoff happens. So here, have the base for Oleana's whole thing. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting this cleaned up and tidied up and getting her on the desk to paint. I'm excited to see you getting some painting done, White Wolf. Very excited indeed. Rather tempted to do a vignette with this model, to say the least. Oh yeah, them tactical stairs. Very nice. Very nice, we're all excited. White Wolf. Here we have from Automat Americana. Airship project calls for Gauss rifles, and I want my own model of Gauss rifle for kit bashing anyway. I can respect the shit out of that. So here we go. Not done yet, but it's gone shockingly well all told. Gonna make multiple versions where they're in different mounts. So ball turrets and the like, yeah, some gimbals. I like me a gimbal. As well as a special version to go on my project Phoenix Marauder that is waiting to be built. Wanted it to reflect the overall look of the MWO Gauss rifles, but with a different flair. Had something go wrong when editing my post, so I had to repost. No worries. I mean, I'm a simple man, White Wolf. A simple man indeed. Is that true, Project Dark Fox? Okay, listen to Project Dark Fox. I'm going to assume that PDF knows more about the anatomy of both canines and felines than I do. So don't do what I said then. Listen to PDF. Oh, I like the hexagonal barrel. I like the inclusion of hexagons in general back here. I like this overall profile that we have to the housing. This is pretty sweet. I can dig it. I can dig it. Very nicely done, Automat. I'm excited to see this project of yours come together. We've seen lots of little parts of it. I only recently began to appreciate how large it's going to be. So seeing that one get rendered in physical reality and put around some other models for scale is going to be very, very exciting. But that will bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report. And, as is tradition, the end of tonight's stream. Man, oh man, oh man. Let's find out who we're rating tonight. You guys will notice right there, Tuesday, February the 1st. That's a maybe no stream. I have something going on that day that might require me to be away at streaming time, so I'm going to say for right now, no stream. If that changes, I will announce it on the Discord on the day of. That will be the soonest that I know. That will be the soonest that I know. Let's figure out who we're going to raid tonight, though. Who is doing what is really the question, isn't it? Oh, Sarah's painting is going. She is lovely. Skelebee's working on some Aussie... Oh, we've never raided Skelebee. We've never raided Skelebee. She's working on some Aussie Arc Bone Reapers. Why don't we go over there and say hi? She is new to painting and new to streaming and doing a pretty damn good job of it. And she's working on some pretty cool figures right now. So let's head on over. Yeah, a lot of people are at LVO, to be fair. All right. Get that started. I know a lot of you, again, are probably getting ready to turn in for the night. It is fairly late, but even if you're getting ready to turn in, if you're like doing me a favor, stick around, go with the raid, check out the stream, see if you like it. Consider dropping a follow before you leave. That way, next time they're on, you'll know if it's a stream that you want to jump into and check out. As I said, big maybe for Tuesday the 1st. We'll have more information on the Discord day of to see if we're going to be able to stream on that day. Thursday the 3rd, we'll be back to doing Vader and Oil. I think we'll be able to finish up our second Vader. I have a good reference for the OSL this time, something that I definitely want to do for the reflection of the saber on the helmet. Sunday the 6th, we'll be getting back to Conquest. I'm hoping to be doing Household Knights. I'm hoping it's not going to be more Militia, because we've done a lot of Militia, and I'm fucking sick of them. I'm going to try to knock them out this week. And if we can do that, we'll be able to do some Household Knights being way more interesting. Then Tuesday the 8th, we're going to be doing... It depends on what happens this Tuesday. We were going to do 28mm sci-fi terrain this Tuesday. If we don't do it then, we'll do it on the next Tuesday. The point is, on Tuesdays, we're doing terrain, so there'll be some terrain then. Probably dry brushed. Lots of acrylics. Gonna be a good time. Thank you to everybody who came out tonight. Thank you, as always, to my amazing mods and everyone who contributed to the Storm Report. I gotta go get something to eat. So until next time, keep on painting.